Chapter 466. Seeing that Reynolds didn't speak, Randolph continued, "Reynolds, I know you are not from Tang Empire, not even from King's Continent. You can choose to reject this request, and I will help you and Irene explain the situation to the guild." Reynolds was at a loss after hearing Randolph's words. After living in Chang'an City for a long time, Reynolds had gradually gotten used to the life here. He even considered this country and this city as his hometown. He had thought of leaving this place with Irene, but looking at the current situation of this country, Reynolds couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Most importantly, Reynolds's friends, Shijun, Linka, and the others, had been recruited to the battlefield. Reynolds was very worried about their safety. Thinking of this, Reynolds asked, "Dean, I want to ask, is it strange for a person like me, who has no experience in leading troops, to be the leader?" Randolph also felt that this was a bit strange. It was too childish to find a person who had no experience in group battles to be the leader of a team. Although Randolph was very confident in his disciples' strength, the battlefield was not something that could be changed by strength alone. It required a smart mind, a correct command, and a strong charisma. Reynolds was undoubtedly only suitable to be a warrior who charged into the battlefield. At most, he could be an assistant. As the one who gave orders, this burden was too heavy. "I don't know either. Anyway, this is the decision of the higher-ups of the guild. They seem to think highly of you and want to cultivate you into an outstanding talent who can make a great contribution to the country. I heard that there will be some experienced seniors who will give you guidance. Don't worry, Reynolds. By the way, you must humbly listen and respect their opinions. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Do you understand?" He was afraid that a young man like Reynolds was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. It would be troublesome if he got impulsive, so he warned him repeatedly. Reynolds was relieved when he heard that there would be help from an old fox. He really didn't have the confidence to accept this position directly. Randolph patted him on the shoulder. "Well, go back and prepare. Then we will gather at the Academy's training ground in 3 hours. Time is running out, so we have to hurry." It wasn't as simple as running out of time. It was extremely urgent. One day was too short. 3 hours was far from enough. There were a lot of things to deal with. What should Irene do? Would she also be summoned by the Demonic Path Academy or the Special Duty Guild? If the two of them were separated, then it would be troublesome. Reynolds didn't want Irene to leave him, let alone participate in a war where she might not return. The people on the road were in a hurry, busier than ever. The farewells of their loved ones, the separation of their lovers, and the mutual care of their friends. Their faces were filled with anxiety. Whether it was their loved ones, friends, lovers, or themselves, it was a very depressing and painful thing to have to step onto the battlefield. Usually, before the magical beasts attacked the city, they could at least make sufficient preparations. But now, things had happened so suddenly, and the country was in a precarious situation. The candidates were not mentally prepared, and they did not know how strong the enemy they were going to face would be. If they left, it was very likely that they would be separated by life and death. War was really King terrifying. Everyone was helpless under its shadow. Reynolds, who lived in the peaceful era of Earth, felt it once again. He opened the door and looked around the dorm. Irene was not there. He didn't know where she went. Reynolds was burning with anxiety. 3 hours was already short enough, and there were a lot of things he hadn't instructed her to do. Just as he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, the door opened. Irene walked in with a sad face. Reynolds hurried over and asked, "Where did you go? I was so worried about you." Irene didn't answer Reynolds's question. She looked at him with a worried face and said, "Lindsay, what should I do? I just received a notice from the academy. I have to join the army immediately and go to the battlefield." "You too, right?" "Lindsay, I don't want to go to the battlefield." Reynolds frowned. Irene was indeed called to the battlefield. "Linger, don't worry. If you really don't want to go to the battlefield, I can explain it to Dean Randolph. I'm just worried about the safety of my friends." Erin nodded and sighed. "Me too. A few of my friends were conscripted to the battlefield. I don't think war is a big deal on Earth, but here I am. Reynolds fell into deep thought. Going to the battlefield meant that they would have to be separated. But Reynolds seemed to have thought of something. He looked up and asked, "Linger, which regiment are you in?" Irene nodded. "Yes." Reynolds looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha, that's great." Irene stared at Reynolds with wide eyes. She didn't know why he was so happy to hear this sad news. Reynolds gave her an answer. "I'm the commander of the 376th Regiment." Irene couldn't believe it. "Lindsay, really?" Reynolds smiled. "Linger, you have to call me Commander Reynolds." Irene saw Reynolds's expression and knew he wasn't joking. Her face lit up. "That's great." She put her right hand on her left shoulder and saluted. "Commander Reynolds, your subordinate magician Irene is here to report." So there was only a fine line between heaven and hell. Irene was overjoyed. Being with Reynolds, even if they died on the battlefield together, she thought it was a happy thing. She was free of her fear and even joked. Reynolds pretended to be serious. "Irene, I have to give you a physical examination first and then confirm if you have the qualifications to join the 376th Regiment." After saying that, he put on a perverted look and approached Erin, causing Erin to slap him on the face. After this incident, the two of them no longer cared about the matter that they had been extremely worried about. But why was it so coincidental that out of the thousands of teams, Erin had been assigned to his own team? Was it just a coincidence? Or did the guild know that he and Irene were lovers? But now was a critical time. They couldn't have the leisure to care about personal relationships. Reynolds didn't understand. But no matter what, this was a good thing. The two of them didn't need to pack up anything. They took their magic cards, class badges, armor, and other things and left. Before closing the door, Reynolds glanced at his first residence on the continent. It was also the home in his heart. He suddenly had a strange premonition. He might never be able to return here. Reynolds didn't like this feeling, so he quickly tried to forget it. Chapter 467. When the two of them arrived at Chang'an's Grand Training Ground, the place was already packed with people. All the fifth-year students from the two academies were allowed to graduate early, and most of the fourth-year students were selected as well. The first-year, second-year, and third-year students were the most outstanding ones or the ones who performed well in the tournament. Initially, Reynolds had planned to take some time out to tell his roommates about him going to the front lines after the regrouping. However, when he arrived at the 376th Regiment, he immediately saw Shijun. She, who was standing beside the dark horse Reynolds, was also a little dark in the competition. Her performance was too good, so she was unfortunately selected to be part of the group. Apart from her, there was also Gabriel, a male archer from the Elf clan, and Green Eyes, a female assassin from the Lord of the Forest clan. These two were the best in Reynolds' class, and they were assigned to the same team. It would be easier for them to work together if they were familiar with each other, and they could rely on each other psychologically. The helpers Randolph mentioned were mercenaries or other experienced fighters. They could only meet on the way. Other than his three classmates, the rest of the students were from other classes, including those from the Demon Academy. One of them was even an old acquaintance of Reynolds. "Aha, Reynolds, we meet again. I didn't expect you to be my comrade this time." The armor that was inlaid with sparkling gems was extremely gorgeous. Reynolds would never forget such a flashy and prideful person. His first opponent in the Academy tournament was Vashlaki. Reynolds had a headache. It was not an easy thing to manage this guy. When Randolph stood on the high platform of the training ground, the students finally quieted down. Randolph cleared his throat, and his deep voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the soundwave expansion spell. "I think everyone knows the purpose of this trip, right? Time is tight, but everyone knows the current situation of our country. Everyone, please don't panic. All of you here are the elites of the country's rookies. You are the hope of tomorrow. The country will not let you sacrifice your lives in vain. The teams you are assigned to this time have all been detected. They are stronger than the enemies you are fighting against. The danger is much lower than other teams." Hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that they were afraid of death, but in fact, none of them had any real life and death battle experience. If they encountered an enemy of equal strength or stronger than them, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. They were willing to serve the country, but they could not be like moths to a flame before they fully matured and make unnecessary sacrifices. Randolph smiled and said, "I have another piece of good news. The government has sent a rescue request to the Kizua Orc Nation, the Darlindos Nation, the Fantasy Star Nation and dozens of other nations, and we have received a response. The reinforcements were already being organized and would arrive as soon as possible. What we need to do is to do our best to keep the enemy out of our battlefield before the reinforcements arrive." This was truly good news. The Gisua Beastman Kingdom, the Darindos Kingdom, and the Illusory Star Kingdom were all neighbors of the Great Tang Empire. If the Great Tang Empire, the strongest country in the central region, was destroyed, then there would be no more obstacles in the path of the Northwest Alliance army. Their next target would definitely be them. This was like a world war in the King's continent. All the countries on the continent were affected by the flames of war. No one could stay out of it. Although this was the first civil war, the Great Tang Empire, which was located in the central region, was very important. Anyone with a little bit of knowledge could see that the Great Tang Empire had received the most help. The battle between the invaders and the defenders had become a race against time. If the Northwest Alliance army could eliminate this thorn in their side before the Great Tang Empire's reinforcements arrived, or capture as many cities with good defense as possible, then they could use it as a stronghold and gradually annex other countries. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would retreat to the northwest with the help of the enemy's reinforcements, and it would be very difficult for them to have a second chance. After all, they were invading across the Ansasuya Ocean, so it would be difficult to deploy reinforcements. As long as they set up a strong defense line on the shore of the Ansasuya Ocean, there was basically no chance of success. On the surface, the Mecha Kingdom's Northwest Coalition army was awe-inspiring, conquering cities like a hot knife through butter. However, they were secretly restricted by the oceanic invasion, which was their biggest disadvantage. This was also the reason why they launched a sneak attack when they least expected it. No one could predict who would be the winner of this battle. The above was Reynolds's deduction. The 5,000 years of fighting in the earth had given him a military knowledge that surpassed everyone in the King's continent. His judgment was also accurate and vicious, hitting the nail on the head. After announcing the news of the reinforcements, Randolph's face turned serious. "I know that most of you have not even killed a demonic beast, let alone a human. But I have to warn you, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. This is a precious lesson that I have learned after going through fire and water many times. Do you understand the meaning of this sentence?" Everyone replied loudly, "Understood." Randolph nodded and said, "Now, let's do a head count and take out your professional and academy badges." Everyone immediately did as they were told, and the beast tamer released the thousand-eyed beast and flew into the sky. The scene was very spectacular, and the hearts of the students were rippling. After a short while, Randolph finished the head count and said with satisfaction, "Very good, everyone's discipline and sense of time is very strong. No one is absent or late. Students of the Chang'an Academy of Martial Arts and the Academy of Witchcraft, you are usually competitors who don't give way to each other. But on the battlefield, I hope that you will be close and harmonious comrades, just like me and Angela." Randolph's face was very solemn. He crossed his hands in front of his chest and made the most respectful gesture. "Warriors, it is time to depart. The god of war bless you. With the blood of the enemy, under the warm applause of the heroes, and under the glory of glory, come back triumphantly. Triumphant return. Triumphant return. Triumphant return." Usually, no matter if it was his appearance or his speech, he was famous for being dull. At this moment, he had become the most competent orator, stirring up the hearts of this group of fearful newbies who had not yet experienced a life and death battle. Their morale was high, and their previous fear, hesitation, and other negative emotions had disappeared without a trace. Reynolds was also very excited. He had never thought that one day, he would step on the path of defending his homeland in the most primitive and exciting way, amidst the loud cheers. Chapter 468. One by one, the teams set off in an orderly manner. This was due to the Academy's emphasis on the compulsory weekly discipline class in the first semester. It finally came in handy at this critical moment. Through the free teleportation portal specially opened for the army, each team soon arrived at the various gates of Chang'an. Reynolds's target was Will City in the southeast, so he naturally teleported to the southeast gate. At this time, he had no experience in leading a team. Fortunately, each team had been assigned 10 experienced mercenaries in advance. Although they were not at the level of a commander, the mercenaries were known for their organization, so it was not a problem for them to control the team. As there were students from the special class in the 376th Regiment, the Academy specially hired Painted Heart to cheer them on. The people of the 376th Regiment were the lucky ones. Amidst Painted Heart's inspirational singing, over 100 Earth Dragon chariots set off with their blood boiling and fighting spirits high. As the regiment commander, Reno sat on the head of the Earth Dragon chariot in high spirits, while Irene, who had just been appointed as another adjutant, sat on a heavenly spirit kite and flew high up in the sky. Reynolds remembered that when he left the Kalor tribe, he was still a jobless person who had yet to apply for a profession certification. Now, he was the leader of a dignified army. Even though the Earth Dragon chariots were excellent, it would still take at least 4 days to reach Will City under the circumstances of speeding up. According to intelligence, the Level 3 city corridor in front of Will City was resisting with all its might, but it was almost unable to hold on, and a large number of citizens were being evacuated. It was estimated that the city would be breached soon. The enemy would be able to reach Will City in 6 to 7 days if they were fast. In other words, Reynolds only had 2 to 3 days left to prepare everything. The team still had to rest at night. This was a suggestion. No matter how tight the time was, they could not march through the night. Otherwise, it would cause psychological pressure. Although it was said that the enemy's strength was slightly inferior, many of them were rookies after all. They lacked experience, and the chances of accidents happening were higher. It was better to be safe, lest the army's morale was shaken, and the gains did not make up for the losses. Reynolds had given the order in the face of danger and had not received any relevant training. Basically, he had to seek the opinions of the other adjutants. His humble attitude in asking questions had won the praise of the other senior members. Coupled with the fact that he was able to come up with some wonderful ideas that were beyond their imagination from time to time, those who were originally dissatisfied with him taking on the role without any experience had now reluctantly accepted this young new regiment commander. The rest of the members were mostly newcomers from Chang'an Academy and other academies in Chang'an. They were all convinced of Reynolds's strength because he was very famous in Chang'an. Especially those who had witnessed him defeating Vashlaki and Townsend, they were even more respectful and did not dare to complain. This was a world where power reigned supreme. Whoever had a harder fist would easily gain the trust and respect of others. Of course, Reynolds's additional suggestions were all based on the military knowledge on Earth. For example, he proposed a tree-like organization. It was so detailed that every 5 people could form a group, and they would supervise and take care of each other. They would also appoint a group leader. If there were any casualties or other special situations, they could immediately report to the team leader on the next level. The team leader would be the platoon leader, and the adjutant would naturally become the company commander second only to the regiment commander. It was similar to the military hierarchy on Earth. In addition, there were other things. These theories were very simple for Reynolds. On Earth, even a 3-year-old child might have some understanding of them. The King's mainland had to withstand the test of Warcraft's siege every few years, so they were not idiots in terms of cooperation. However, compared to Earth, which had been fighting for thousands of years, there was still an unreachable gap. As for the role of the troop class, such as long range and short range, the strength of defense, direct combat or support, Reynolds did not know much. He was almost no different from a rookie. Naturally, he would listen to the opinions of the experienced ones. The raging bonfire burned brightly, illuminating Reynolds, Irene, and Avina's faces red. The roasted meat on the fire was emitting a rich fragrance, and the fat was dripping down continuously. It was very tempting. When setting up camp, the regiment commander gave them special treatment. They occupied a large area in the middle of the team, and set up a soundproof and protective barrier tent to rest. The others could only use ordinary tents. Although there were fewer warcraft roaming around this route, there were still sentries patrolling around the team to prevent any accidents. This large area of the regiment commander's camp was not disturbed by anyone. The nearest one was 20 to 30 meters away. Reynolds called Irene to his own tent a little favoritism. It was not because he wanted to do anything, but because he would be fighting in a few days, so he had to conserve his energy. However, there were too many variables in the war. No one could guarantee 100% victory or defeat. They had to prepare for the worst. Reynolds was very afraid that he would have 3 deaths and 2 deaths. Therefore, he seized the opportunity to spend more time with the 2 girls. He also appointed Irene as an advisor, and Irene as his personal guard. They were both members of the army who would stay by his side at all times. Although it was more scientific, Reynolds was still a little selfish. The skin of the roasted meat was completely burnt yellow, and the fat was about to dry up. Reynolds knew that the time was right. He took the roasted meat down from the wooden rack, took out a small knife, and cut off a large piece of fat and smooth meat from the hind leg, and handed it to the 2 people beside him. Irene smiled brightly as she stuck to Reynolds's side. She first gave Reynolds a bite of the hind leg, then ate it herself. She didn't feel any pressure being with Reynolds. On the other side, Avina's expression was a little serious. She usually had a good appetite, but she only took 2 small bites. She looked at Reynolds, wanting to say something. Reynolds saw this and laughed. "Little Shajun, are you a feast for the eyes? You don't need to eat when you see a handsome man like me, right?" Avina giggled. "How shameless. You're praising yourself." Reynolds shamelessly said to Irene, "Linger, don't you think I'm the most handsome man in the world?" Irene rolled her eyes at Reynolds, then giggled. You're right. Avina glared at Reynolds. "You only know how to ask Linger for help." Reynolds chuckled. He didn't think much of it, but he could see that there was something on her mind. He was just teasing her to relax. If it had to do with the upcoming battle, he still had to ask her clearly. "Shajun, do you have any misgivings?" Avina sighed. "Reynolds, there's something I have to tell you. You have to keep calm." Reynolds saw how serious she was and nodded seriously. "What is it? Tell me. Do you think there's a problem with you becoming the commander of the 007th regiment?" Reynolds had always been puzzled about this. Even if the country didn't have any capable people, they still couldn't let a rookie like him become the commander of a regiment. Randolph had solemnly said before they left that they had to listen to the opinions of the other adjutants. Chapter 469. But why didn't the country find a more experienced person to be the regimental commander, and let him learn as an adjutant? He shook his head and did not want to spend too much time thinking about it. The answer to this question seemed to be in his mouth. Irene also stopped eating and waited quietly. Avina slowly said, "I got the news from Painted Heart that the person who promoted you to regimental commander this time is the vice president of the National Military Profession Guild, Masoni." Reynolds frowned and said, "What's wrong with that?" Avina looked up and said to Reynolds, "Many people know that Masoni is inextricably linked to a person, and that person is Guys." Reynolds finally could not suppress the surprise in his heart this time. What? In this expedition, his side still had the advantage in terms of strength, and the chances of winning were also higher. It was very likely that they could successfully resist the enemy until the reinforcements from the Allied countries arrived. As the regimental commander of the 376th Regiment, it was easier to get glory than others. It could be said that it was a good job. Guys was an old fox, and a protective one at that. Because of the destruction of his favorite son, Townsend, he must have hated Reynolds to the bone. How could he give such a good job to Reynolds? This was really too strange. It was impossible for him to play any tricks. After all, it was a war. More than 20,000 people were a team of a certain scale. Guys would not joke about it and use it to solve his personal grudges. If it was only thousands of people or hundreds of people, it would be reasonable. He was a ruthless person, not a fool. He should be able to see clearly what was important and what was not. Reynolds knew that guys must have some intention, but he could not guess it. He also found something strange when he paid attention to the list of regimental members. His team did not have any young heroes from famous families or related to the royal family. Even the people from small families were pitifully few. Although the overall strength of the regimental members was not bad, most of them were children of commoners. Like Voslaki's family background, it was almost the best in the whole regiment. After telling her about this matter, Orina was even more worried. However, the two of them couldn't figure out what kind of conspiracy guys would be up to. In the end, they gave up and dealt with the situation as it came. Avina tossed and turned in her tent, unable to sleep. This time, she was conscripted into the army. She was shocked and excited. If she was in her family, her relatives would never let her, the only descendant of the family, take such a risk. They would definitely use their connections to get her exempted from the army. Now that she finally had a chance to take risks, Avina was very excited. It was just that she was a little unhappy mixing in the male barracks. Fortunately, she was appointed as a small team leader and had her own small tent. If she mixed with the other recruits and squeezed into a large tent with a few people, as a tomboy, she would be in big trouble. The other two squad leaders, Linka and Voslaki, were both asleep. Avina couldn't fall asleep. She didn't know what to do with her eyes open. "Shijun, are you asleep?" Just as she was thinking, Reynolds's voice came from outside the tent. When she was so bored that she wanted to count sheep, her roommate's voice was like a shot of stimulant. Avina rolled out of bed and opened the tent door with a smile. "Commander Reynolds. What's the matter?" Due to the strict discipline in the army, Avina had to address Reynolds respectfully even though she wasn't used to it. Reynolds bent over and squeezed in. "Brother, there's no one else here. Just call me Reynolds." He sniffed a few times. "Shijun, why does your tent smell so good? If you want to use perfume, it's better in the dormitory. Now that we're going to war, if your subordinates find out, they'll easily mistake us for sissies." Ariwena was a little helpless. She never used perfume. What Reynolds smelled was her natural body fragrance, which was only a woman's unique body fragrance. "I say, Commander Reynolds, why are you still up so late? You're not here to chat with a soldier like me, right?" Reynolds smiled. "Of course I'm here for something. Erin is already sleeping in my tent, so Ariwena was shocked. Could it be that he wanted to say that he was embarrassed to sleep with his little lover in the army and came to her place to stay? That was absolutely impossible. Avina hurriedly cut him off. "Reynolds, my tent is small, and if it's too crowded, I won't be able to sleep." Reynolds was stunned. "Who said I'm going to sleep with you? My girlfriend's over there. Who's going to sleep with a stinky man like you? I'm just going to enjoy some barbecue, haha." Ariwena really couldn't understand the karmic connection between Erin falling asleep and her roommate asking her to eat barbecued meat. However, she would never be able to understand her roommate's inhuman thinking. Fortunately, the problem of not having to share a bed had been solved. Ariwena was relieved and said with a smile, "Reynolds, the General Army is not allowed to bring family members. I think you are the most lascivious, harmonious, regiment commander in the entire empire. But it's best if you use them sparingly. Don't die before you go on the battlefield." Reynolds's expression didn't change. "She's not my family member. She's the commander's personal staff officer and personal bodyguard. Hehe, she has to stick close to me when she sleeps at night. Otherwise, how can she be called personal? Come, let's have a good chat." Reynolds pulled Avina's arm out of the tent without any explanation. In fact, Reynolds was feeling a little guilty. After all, it was his first time leading a large army. It was inevitable that he lacked confidence. However, he didn't want to expose it in front of Erin, so he could only look for his male friend Avina. For the next few days, the army traveled during the day and rested at night. Along the way, they encountered countless ordinary people who were being transported to the inner cities by the Earth Dragon carts. These people came from the cities that had been destroyed. Wool City couldn't accommodate so many people, and it wasn't necessarily safe either. They could only evacuate to places further away from the border. However, during the war, the Earth Dragon carts were really strained. They had almost reached the limit of what they could bear. They had to be transported in batches, so it was crowded with people. However, they heard the incessant crying of women and children. It was very chaotic. The beast tamers who were maintaining order couldn't control it. The veterans were fine, but the recruits saw this and their hearts were heavy. The misfortune brought by the war was really unimaginable. Originally, as the power of the humans grew stronger, the threat of the demonic beasts attacking the city decreased. They thought that they could live a peaceful and happy life. Who knew that there would be a civil war among the humans? It was even more terrible than the demonic beasts attacking the city. The peaceful era of living together was over. The Northwest Allied Army burned, looted, and raped women. They committed all kinds of evil deeds. It was really unimaginable and detestable. Only Reynolds didn't find it strange. There was originally destruction in human nature, the other side of destruction. Chapter 470. This kind of desire could be easily dug out under certain conditions, and war was one of those conditions. Croak. A large piece of the ground protruded, and an earth frog appeared out of thin air. Its long tongue firmly locked Townsend's feet. Huh! The audience was surprised. When was this earth frog made? Why didn't they see it just now? Only Renaud, who was familiar with Irene's moves, knew the reason. The first puppet Irene made was not Shue Shue or Thorny Kue, but this earth frog. However, she did it secretly. She threw it on the ground without anyone noticing and let it blend into the ground to grow on its own. With the help of element exchange, it quietly moved to Townsend's feet and launched a surprise attack. It was a clever move that was not meant to be defended against. After seeing Townsend trapped, the rest of the puppets were actually happy. They were like humans with emotions, and the audience felt a little funny. However, their fierce attacks were not funny at all. Seeing Townsend's movements being locked, everyone was worried. Could it be that the most promising candidate for the champion was defeated in the first round of attacks? Irene's magic attack was about to land on Townsend. At this time, Townsend's whole body was covered in black gas, and only a cocoon-like thing could be seen. Irene's magic attack and the 6 puppets almost hit the cocoon at the same time. The gas seemed to have no defensive power, but no matter whether it was the magic attack, the sharp claws of the water hawk, the fireball of the fire spider, the huge hammer of the golden-armored giant, or the electric shock of the thunder spirit, they all disappeared silently after entering the cocoon, like stones sinking into the sea. Dark protection, dark power. Compared to other types of fighting energy, the dark and light types of fighting energy were much more difficult to cultivate. That was why Lesanov was so surprised. The black gas dissipated, and Townsend's figure appeared in front of everyone again. He was not injured at all, and he should have resolved all the attacks. The tongue of the earth frog that wrapped around his feet had also turned into a pile of dust. The dark type was the nemesis of all elements except for the light type. It was indeed worthy of its reputation. Erin was also surprised by Townsend's dark shelter. According to Avina's information, Townsend had never used this skill before, not even in the final battle of the previous year. She guessed that he had not learned it yet. The elemental puppet had a lot of emotions, but it was not afraid. Seeing that the first wave of attacks had failed, it immediately prepared to launch the second round. However, Townsend was the first to make a move. He needed his hands and a ball of black gas appeared. The black gas became thicker and thicker until it turned into a viscous ink-like liquid. Lesanov quickly added, elemental liquefaction. I was lucky enough to see it in the finals of the last competition. I believe that many of the veteran students are familiar with it. However, for the sake of fairness, I will not reveal its name and use for the time being. Soon, the audience knew its function. The viscous black liquid in Townsend's hand was divided into 11 small streams and spurted out toward the 11 elemental puppets that surrounded him. The golden-armored giant who was closest to him was the first to be hit. A pool of sticky liquid covered his weapon and body. Then, something terrifying happened. The hard metal armor and giant hammer, as if they had come into contact with sulfur, rapidly emitted thick smoke. Then, they corroded and melted. Not long after, The entire mighty golden-armored giant was riddled with holes by the sticky liquid. There was not a single piece of skin left unscathed. The other elemental puppets that were hit by the sticky liquid, such as earth frogs, fire spiders, wood pythons, spiderlings, and electric sprites, suffered the same fate. Only the shrike eagle reacted quickly and dodged the sticky liquid. However, one of the shrike eagles was unlucky enough to have its wings stained by the sticky liquid. No matter how hard it flapped its wings, it could not fly away and fell to the ground with a cry. Did everyone see its function? It corrodes any elemental or elemental object other than the light elemental. The terrifying dark corrosion, Lesanov explained to the audience. The function of this move was obvious to everyone. Even if he revealed it, it would not affect the fairness of the competition. Avina and Reno were very nervous. Townsend's move was too overbearing and vicious. In one move, he had destroyed 7 or 8 elemental puppets that Irene had painstakingly created. This competition was too difficult. The chances of winning were not optimistic. Irene's expression changed, but she quickly recovered. She calmly released a group of wind bees. These miniature elemental puppets were small and agile. Even the dark corrosion could not hit them easily. Moreover, it required less spiritual power. In the previous battles, Irene had already cultivated a good psychological quality. More importantly, she desperately wanted to prove to Lin Tian that she was already a strong person. She did not disappoint Reno, who entrusted her to Jiao Chan. Townsend wanted to take the opportunity to attack, but his foot tripped and he almost fell. When he fixed his gaze, it was the earth frog that had merged with the ground of the venue. This was the second time he had been ambushed by the elusive earth frog. Townsend could not understand. Normally, elemental puppets would collapse after being damaged to a certain extent. The earth frog was the closest to him. It should have been the most severely damaged by the dark corrosion. However, it was completely fine and was full of energy. What was going on? Townsend was shocked to find that not only the earth frog, but the other elemental puppets that were damaged by the dark corrosion were also rapidly recovering. The most shocking thing was that the fire spider, which had lost 3 legs, had regrown its limbs and surrounded Townsend again. Lesanov shouted, "I know, this is the advanced water magic, the strength of the water god. It can heal and restore all damage and corrosion. I did not expect Irene to be able to use advanced magic when she was reborn. Oh my god, this is too powerful." Lesanov continued to analyze the situation. "I think Townsend is in big trouble now. If he does not concentrate on killing one or a few of the elemental puppets, they will be able to regenerate indefinitely. They will continue to fight until the enemy is exhausted. However, if he only deals with one or a few of the elemental puppets, how will he deal with the other elemental puppets?" Just as he said, Townsend's situation was getting worse. What was worse was that Irene was still releasing the elemental puppets one by one. They surrounded Townsend from inside out. He could dodge a few elemental puppets, a dozen elemental puppets, but he could not dodge dozens. Even if Townsend could use light spells to escape from the encirclement, he could not attack Irene in time and was immediately surrounded by the other elemental puppets. The only thing Townsend could do was to release the dark combat aura again and again to defend himself. He could not fight back in the storm. Chapter 471. The coalition army that was fighting across the sea was facing the crisis of insufficient food supply. Therefore, when they learned that the Tang army was about to arrive, they immediately focused their forces on capturing cities that could provide abundant supplies as a foothold. Wool City was famous for its richness and abundance of food, so it naturally became an important target for the coalition army. In addition, the terrain was difficult to attack, making it the best stronghold. They had to take it even if they had to pay a high price. Bai Sai, Lingdao, and the other cities were far inferior to Wool City in terms of supplies, so it was meaningless to break through. Moreover, if their forces were dispersed to the smaller cities, it would be easy for the coalition army to not be able to resist when they counterattacked. It was better to concentrate their forces to occupy a self-sufficient and easy-to-defend place, and that was Wool City. Vicious, Reynolds sighed. It was said that Guise was a merchant, a cunning old fox, and had seen through things thoroughly. It was not that he did not know the importance of Will City to the coalition army, nor did he deliberately send insufficient manpower to defend it. If it was between the Empire's cause and personal grievances, he would choose the latter no matter what. However, the forces that could be mobilized at that time were indeed tight, as could be seen from the degree of disarray in this army. If the 376th Regiment could defend Will City, it would naturally be a happy ending, but the possibility was very small. Even if they could not defend it, using the advantageous terrain of Will City, it would not be a problem to make the enemy suffer a certain degree of casualties. In the end, it would still be a profit. However, the troops that were sent to defend Will City would be used as cannon fodder. Even if Guise did not choose Reynolds, he would still have to choose someone else to be cannon fodder. In that case, why not take this opportunity to take revenge? Under the circumstances of thinking for the interests of the Empire, to be able to kill this boy that he hated to the bone was really killing two birds with one stone. The plan could be said to be perfect, worthy of being an ambitious and ruthless figure of the Empire. It was no wonder that the Empire kept transferring the citizens of Will City even though the situation was good. It turned out that they had already planned for the worst. Reynolds sighed. Compared to this wily old fox, he was still too inexperienced. However, even if he knew that he was cannon fodder, Guise had no choice but to ask him to be the one. He did not say it clearly just to avoid confusion. If everyone in the army knew that he was going to die, they would lose half of the battle before even fighting. From another perspective, Guise was still very considerate of the great Tang Empire. Of course, the method he used was more invisible and deadly. It was impossible for Reynolds to give up on Will City and escape. UG and the other deputy generals would definitely not be willing. They were all loyal to the Empire and would definitely support the defense. Even if the chances of survival were not great, even if they could escape, Guise would use the crime of desertion to kill them. Will City was an important city, and there were still a large number of citizens who had not been transferred. Reynolds could not follow by Sai's example and give up in advance. However, the current situation was not optimistic at all. What should he do? UG was a little worried when she saw Reynolds at a loss. She knew very well what this news meant, but she couldn't conceal it. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more severe. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of magic steeds approached from afar. Reynolds and the other two looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a large group of warriors of other professions flying towards Lanling Highland in an orderly manner under the protection of the spear-wielding knights with tyrannical defense. Among them were quite a number of their war pets. Of course, the enemy would not arrive so quickly, and Reynolds was pleasantly surprised to see a burly man in front of the group. It was Vashlaki. Soon, Reynolds discovered the other members: Arnold, who was known as the Violent Warrior, Bruce, the Charm Master, Segus, the Knight, and a shy priestess, Karen, who he had never seen before. They were all in the team. As the leaders of the various troop classes, they were very conspicuous and could be easily seen. These people were all friends of Reynolds and UG from Chang'an Academy who were on good terms with them. The thousands of newly arrived defenders of Bai Ao were naturally under the management of the 376th Regiment. After they were divided, the people below the platoon leader immediately organized them, while Reynolds had an emergency meeting with Vashlaki and other important people. "Brother, it's great to see you." Instead of his usual conspicuous expression, Vashlaki was calm and composed. It was as if he wouldn't frown even if the sky were to fall. "Shijun, hurry up and tell me what happened," he said flatly. UG immediately told him about the alliance of the Northwest Army to attack Will City. As soon as her words came out, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, and the crowd was in an uproar. The alliance changed too quickly, and they had not received any news yet. The joy of meeting with the 376th Regiment had turned into worry. The ratio of people was more than 1 to 6, and the enemy also had knights, mags, archers, and a large number of other forces that were good at attacking the city quickly. The chances of winning were too small, and it would be difficult to hold on until the reinforcements from the Empire arrived. Even Vashlaki, who was always calm in the face of anything, frowned. It was clear that the situation was serious. Therefore, Everyone began to discuss and rack their brains to come up with various tactics, but in the face of the huge difference in strength, they all seemed so powerless. At most, they could only delay the fall of the enemy slightly, and it was only a matter of time before the whole army was wiped out. However, knowing the strategic position of Will City, no one proposed to retreat, and they could not bear to abandon so many ordinary citizens who had not been transferred and had no combat ability. Ahem, ahem. Reynolds, who had been silent all this time, coughed dryly. Everyone knew that he was a rookie who had graduated from the academy in his first year. Even if he was good at martial arts, he was still too weak in terms of leadership and decision-making. In a large-scale war, one could not rely on one's strength to win, so they did not understand why the Empire would appoint a rookie as the regiment commander, and they had always ignored this person with the highest authority. At this moment, the Invisible Man suddenly spoke. Everyone was puzzled, and their gazes all turned to him. Reynolds cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, it's not that I want to boost the morale of others and belittle our own, but it is undoubtedly a very stupid thing to go head-on against an enemy 6 to 7 times stronger than us. I think we can avoid the brunt of their attack and change our target elsewhere." Everyone was puzzled. Change our target? Reynolds's lips curled into an imperceptible smile. That's right, change it to something of theirs. He said word by word, food. Everyone was puzzled, and Vashlaki, who had been listening to the heated discussion, suddenly had a strange look in his eyes. Food. Everyone was still puzzled. Chapter 472. Renaud smiled. First of all, we have to determine the goal of this battle, which is to force the enemy back or stall for time until reinforcements arrive, not to annihilate the enemy. With the enemy's strength, I think everyone knows how long we can last if we fight them head-on. But no matter how strong the enemy is, they still have their weaknesses. Just like in a battle with the strong, if it's a clash of spiritual power, the one who loses is bound to be the weaker side. But if the weaker side is more flexible and attacks the eyes, the lower body, and other places that are difficult to resist, there's a possibility of turning defeat into victory. And food is the enemy's weakness. Although Renaud's words were crude, everyone slowly understood the meaning behind this vivid metaphor. Yu had long been accustomed to his vulgarity, but she didn't expect him to flip out in such a serious tactical discussion. Seeing that the shy Karen couldn't bear it and lowered her head, Yu glared at him fiercely. Reynolds didn't seem to care at all. The slow growth of food crops, right? I'm sure everyone here isn't unfamiliar with this. If we don't directly clash with them, but instead eliminate the enemy's food supply, what will happen to them when they come across the ocean and don't have enough supplies? Ha ha. Everyone understood. If that was the case, they wouldn't have to fight this battle. Due to the First Internal War, no one had thought of such a strange trick. In the past, when the demonic beasts attacked the city, it was impossible for anyone to destroy the demonic beasts' food because the demonic beasts did not need food in the first place. They only needed to absorb the demonic chi in the air to survive. The demonic beasts would not be smart enough to attack the humans' food. Knight Sonarange, who had been appointed as the commander of the 376th Regiment and the leader of the night forces, asked, "But how can we destroy the enemy's food? Even if the enemy isn't prepared for this unexpected trick, they can't just leave their food outside the camp. It must be in the middle of the army. We can't send a large number of troops to attack. Not to mention that the enemy is several times stronger than us, it's not smart to give up the advantageous terrain to defend and attack." His question immediately received the approval of the others. This was indeed a difficult problem. There was a weakness, but the problem was how to pierce it. Vashlaki was also deep in thought. This was a difficult problem. If they could not think of an effective solution, it would be useless even if they knew where the enemy's weakness was. After everyone finished speaking, Reynolds slowly said, "I have a bold plan." Everyone had a little more respect for this newly appointed rookie. They quieted down and waited for him to speak. Reynolds did not speak of his plan but gave Yu beside him a look. Yu understood, took the dagger, and walked to the side of the map. Renaud then said, "Our first battle will definitely take place at Lanling Highlands. I believe no one has any objections to this, right?" At this moment, UG raised her small knife and pointed at a brown area on the map, which also represented the location of Lanling Highland. Seeing that everyone nodded, Renault continued, "The enemy also knows that our reinforcements are about to arrive, so they will definitely rush over as fast as they can to take down Will City before our reinforcements arrive. The arrival time of their troops will be different due to the different routes, but it will not be by much. It should be between 3 o'clock in the morning and 8 o'clock in the evening." The leaders present were all experienced in leading demonic beasts to attack cities. It was not a problem for them to calculate the approximate arrival time of the enemy based on the characteristics of the troops. They immediately nodded again. "The enemy will not attack us immediately as soon as they arrive. First, they will be too tired from rushing day and night. Second, they will have to consolidate their deployment, unify their command, and discuss the siege plan. No matter what the reason is, they will definitely have to stay at the outskirts of Will City for the night and attack tomorrow. The most likely place where they will camp is below Lanling Highlands. The area is neither big nor small, just enough for the army to camp in, the Fina wilderness." When UG used her small knife to point at a green area on the map, he continued, "As for the reason, first of all, it is close to a water source, so it is convenient to cook. Second, this is a relatively safe place with few demonic beasts, so I can't think of a reason why they would give up this place and choose another place." Voslaki was the first to nod in agreement. Even he had underestimated this kid, but he did not expect this rookie to be so eloquent and logical in his analysis. Furthermore, he accurately pointed out the reason, which made it hard not to believe. However, he still did not understand the purpose of Renault guessing the enemy's location in advance, so he spoke for the first time. "Commander Renault, are we going to set up an ambush there in advance? But that is an open space, so it seems unlikely, right? Even if it is a well-hidden forest, it will be a problem to set up an ambush among so many people." Renault laughed and said, "The ambush does not have to be on the ground, it will work here too." He pointed his finger downwards. Before anyone could react, Voslaki had already understood. He clapped his hands and said, Good idea." He explained on behalf of Renault, "We can find a group of subterranean dwellers with good earth element abilities who can dig and repair holes in the central area of Lanling Highlands, near the water source, and let some of the fire element warriors, archers, assassins, curse masters, and other professions lie in ambush. What we are doing now is burning the enemy's food, not clashing with them. We only need a small number of people to do it, and the concealment will be greatly improved." He sincerely admired Renault and said, "Commander Renault, how did you come up with such a wonderful plan? I can guarantee that the enemy will be caught off guard. Normally, people on the continent would fight directly. Who would have thought of such a sinister and tricky plan?" Renault did not say that Renault did not mention it. Of course, Reynolds would not say that it evolved from discourse on war. He smiled and said, "Since we can't compete head-on, I can only use my brain from another angle. By the way, it's best that the cave dwellers dig under the rocks. That way, it's safer and more hidden. Even if there are no rocks, it shouldn't be a problem for some strong barbarian soldiers to dig up a few rocks. Also, remember not to dig too many rocks, or it will affect the enemy's space to set up camp. Also, let the subterranean dwellers dig a tunnel to the outside of Fina Highlands. After the fire is set, they can immediately retreat through the tunnel to reduce unnecessary casualties. Remember, you must be fast, accurate, ruthless, vicious." Chapter 473. Everyone was in awe of Reynolds' ability to see the bigger picture and think about the bigger picture in detail. This was also a very important factor in a leader's ability. Now, no one dared to underestimate Reynolds anymore. Carter slammed the table and stood up. "Good. Ashen. I love it. Commander Reynolds, let me take the lead." He liked to be in the limelight, so he was naturally willing to take the lead even though entering the tiger's den was also a very dangerous thing. When everyone saw his excited face, they all cursed in their hearts, "What a weirdo." Reynolds shook his head. "Commander Carter, it's a pity that you have another mission." Voslaki nodded at Reynolds' decision. He was familiar with his subordinate's fiery personality and knew that he was not suited for ambushes that required a lot of patience, even though his fire element spiritual energy was very strong. Vashlaki found more and more that his superior was different from the rest. Other than being bold and careful with his plans, he also used people well. Seeing Carter's disappointed face, Reynolds smiled. "The other mission is also very important. It's yours." Carter grinned when he heard the word important. The feeling of being important made him feel like he was floating in the air. Vashlaki saw this and immediately added another comment to his evaluation of Reynolds. He knew how to calm his subordinates and inspire their morale at any time. Karen timidly said, "See, Commander, should we tell our own soldiers about the enemy's true strength? Although it's not good news, it's better to let them be mentally prepared so that they won't panic when the time comes." Women had a weaker view of the overall situation, but they were sensitive and knew how to think from a psychological perspective. Karen's opinion was quite pertinent as well. It was just that this young priestess was quite shy. After stuttering, the Lieutenant General's face turned red as well, as if what she had brought up wasn't a strategic point but a topic of interest. Reynolds agreed with her suggestion. "Of course we have to tell them. But we can also add something else. Tell them that the reinforcements will arrive in 3 days. That way, they won't feel pressured." Charm Master Bruce was puzzled. "But the reinforcements won't arrive in 3 days. As far as I know, it'll take at least 7 days. Reynolds said calmly, "We're just doing this to calm the soldiers down." "Commander, you can't do this. You're lying. The consequences will be severe." Lawrence, the former commander-in-chief of Bio City, immediately objected. Looking at his face that was even more square than a brick, Reynolds knew that he was an extremely inflexible antique. He thought to himself, if it weren't for Vashlaki taking over your position and giving the order to retreat in advance, the warriors of Bio City would have been wiped out. He didn't explain much and only said, "Let me tell everyone a story." No one expected him to be in such a good mood at this juncture, but they knew he must have a deeper meaning, so they all listened attentively. Reno cleared his throat and said, "Once upon a time, there was a mercenary group of water sorcerers who were all sacrificed in a battle with sorcerers. They got lost in the desert and drank all the water. The mercenaries were tired and thirsty and could barely hold on. At this time, the leader of the mercenary group said, 'Everyone, cheer up. I remember now. Not far ahead, there are a few agate trees that can survive in the desert. The agate fruits are juicy and sweet. If we hurry, we will be able to eat them soon.' The mercenaries' spirits were lifted and they felt that their steps were lighter. However, they still didn't see any agate trees after a long time. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask the commander again. The commander said, 'Maybe I remembered wrongly. It should be a little further ahead. You know, it's hard to tell the distance in the desert, but I feel that it shouldn't be too far away.' Thus, everyone once again perked up and continued their journey. However, after walking for a long time, they still didn't see the agate tree as they wished. The commander apologized again and promised that it would definitely be a little further ahead. The mercenaries, who were almost exhausted, regained their strength after receiving the assurance and continued to move forward. After being disappointed again and again, they finally realized that the commander was lying to them. However, at this time, they accidentally found an oasis that was even more exciting than the agate trees. Reynolds smiled at the captivated crowd and said, "White lies are sometimes necessary." Vashlaki was the first to agree. "I agree. Military law is dead. The best decision is the one that suits the situation the most." Seeing that Vashlaki had no objections, brick-faced Lawrence kept quiet. If it weren't for Vashlaki's timely assistance and command of the situation, the precarious Bio City would have been conquered long ago. Carter laughed happily. "Haha, if their food is burned, they'll have to go back. What's the point of worrying so much?" Reynolds waved his hand and said, "No, I think it'll be difficult for us to burn all of the enemy's food. No matter if they have spare food or if they can save some when it's burned, we don't have enough people to ambush them. It's very likely that there will be some food left that will be enough for them to use for a few days. If they fail when they're sure to win, the enemy might be angry and want to vent their anger on us. They might try to attack Will City crazily while they still have food. If that's the case, their attacks will be very crazy. Therefore, it's more important for our soldiers to be mentally prepared. Carter felt that it made sense and said worriedly, Commander Reynolds, what should we do? If they don't care about the cost, it's not impossible for them to take Will City in a short time. By then, they'll be able to take Will City with the food in the city. He admired Reynolds and directly asked for his opinion. Reynolds's face darkened. He slowly spat out a word. Burn. Everyone was once again confused. They asked, burn? Burn what? Reno smiled and said, we'll burn our own food. If we can't hold on any longer, we'll burn all the food in the city. Even if the enemy can take over Will City, it will be an empty city without any supplies. When the reinforcements of our empire arrive, they will have to obediently bow their hands and let us have our way, like a tortoise retracting its head. Wrong, it should be that they'll have to go back before the empire's army arrives. Otherwise, they'll starve to death in Will City and no one will help collect their corpses. Ha ha. Reynolds's terrifying laughter echoed in the room, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. There was absolutely no need to worry about the Empire's material reinforcements. It didn't matter even if they had to sacrifice all of the food in the city. However, this would be a serious blow to the enemy. Wu Di's blow would probably make them dizzy. Sacrificing 100 for the enemy. Poison. Chapter 474. He was really too vicious. At this moment, everyone no longer dared to look down on this rookie. Reverence gradually grew in their hearts. They had long heard that this guy was the most playful in the competition between the Martial Arts Academy and the Magic Academy. He was the devil who made the female students want to give up immediately after they drew him as their opponent. It seemed that it was indeed not bad. It seemed that his unconstrained thinking had been inherited and continued to be carried forward in battle tactics. In any case, this was a great blessing for their side. They had originally thought that they had no chance of winning and were prepared to die for their country, but now they suddenly knew that they still had a chance to live. If they couldn't resist, they could still escape happily without any worries. This was really too good. Thus, they all excitedly said in unison, Commander Reynolds, let's go and prepare immediately. Reynolds stopped them and said, wait, don't rush. I still have things to tell them. Ian, good friends have come from afar. As the host, we can't be rude. On the night they set up camp, find a group of archers with powerful long-range attacks to welcome them. Fire some salutes from time to time. Let them have a happy night and not sleep so well. They can also be more friendly when they go on the field the next day. Also, ask people to go upstream and temporarily block the water source. Block it to the highest point and release it fiercely. They are travel-worn, so we have to let them take a bath. I just don't know if they all know how to swim. Reynolds had already entered the best state. He was invincible when he was black-bellied. His previous attitude of a newbie had also disappeared without a trace as his saliva flew everywhere. He continued to ramble, 2 days of preparation is a lot of time. Our barbarian warriors should also be free, right? Ask them to chop down more trees and put them on top of Lanling Highland. When the time comes, light a fire and let's have a barbecue together. Finally, collect the beans in the city. It is said that they have a lot of knights. When the time comes, let them play ice skating and have fun with the beasts. That's all for now. Go, if I think of other things, I will add more. Hee. Everyone was dumbfounded and their scalps tingled. They really didn't know how this guy thought of so many vicious tricks. At this moment, the sentence everyone wanted to say to Reynolds the most was, "You are King inhuman." Just as the generals, who had been influenced by Reynolds and harbored evil intentions, were about to walk out of the door in high spirits. They heard Reno murmur behind them, "What a pity. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many ordinary people in the city, I would really want to lure the water monsters from the Lackamer swamp over." Based on the ratio of the number of people who would die under the magic beasts should be more on their side. Everyone shuddered when they heard this, and their legs went soft. Carter fell straight to the ground with a clang. Reynolds finally knew how busy and tired the commander-in-chief was. Now, his subordinates trusted him so much that they would come to ask him about anything and see if he had any more shameless ideas. Reynolds felt like he was playing a huge board game. He had to pay attention to every single piece, as well as the connections and interactions between them. If he wasn't careful, he would lose sight of one and lose sight of another. Reynolds felt like he was having a headache. Luckily, the members of the Storm Mercenary Group and the battalion commander were all capable people. At least they could get it done easily. His body wasn't tired, but his brain was exhausted. After a day, he was almost paralyzed. Reynolds believed that he wouldn't even have the patience to calculate what 1 + 1 was. "Thank you for your hard work, Commander Little Lin." Reynolds exhaled as he felt the comfortable sensation from his shoulders. He put down the map in his hand and closed his eyes. He didn't even need to look to know that the person behind him was definitely Irene. "Linger, don't you think that all of this is super absurd? Although I am commanding the war, it is like playing a game." Irene pursed her lips and purposely said, "Little Lin, you are so handsome even when playing games." "I am so happy Tilda ha ha ha, isn't that Luna's line?" Reynolds heard Irene's words and felt very happy. "I'm serious, Little Lin. I feel like you were born to be a powerful person who can command an army and give advice. You were really handsome just now." Reynolds smiled and didn't say anything. Because, at this time, there was no need to say anything. The night was as dark as the most terrifying magical beast. No one knew what would happen in the night. Reynolds stood on the Lanling Highland and listened to the commotion caused by the enemy below due to panic. The color on his face kept changing. He watched as spiritual arrows containing different types of do chi emitted the brightest light in their lives and attacked the enemy camp like shooting stars. He could vaguely hear a few screams and a lot of angry curses. Thousands of archers had just finished their mission. After launching another wave of attacks on the Northwest Alliance army, they retreated in an orderly manner under Yuji's command. This was the 11th harassment of the night. Of course, it was impossible to hurt too many enemies, but it was enough to make them panic, exhausted, and sleep-deprived. Naturally, the combat power of the army would drop by a lot, using the least amount of troops to achieve the best results. Reynolds's military skills couldn't be underestimated. After all, he was an outsider with thousands of years of experience in human civil wars. Even God, no, the god of luck was on his side. It turned out to be a downwind day. Under the support of the wind, the spiritual arrows had a much longer range and the effect was naturally better. Even Vashlaki, who hadn't been emotional recently, was extremely excited. "Commander Reynolds, your judgment wasn't wrong at all. 1/6 to 1/7 of the soldiers were mostly rookie students or new mercenaries who didn't have much combat experience. If they could successfully defend Will City in front of the well-equipped Northwest Alliance army, or beautifully drag on until all or most of the civilians retreated, this would be a great battle that could be recorded in the history of the Empire." Vashlaki couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Reynolds's calculation was indeed very accurate. According to the report of the Three-Eyed Race's sentinel, the enemy had set up camp in Finan village as expected. They also drove the Earth Dragon carriages to the water source in the center of the camp and unloaded the food to cook. Of course, no matter from the perspective of protection or convenience, this was a scientific method. However, they didn't expect that there were already people lying in ambush in the center of their army. Renault's waves of harassment were also of great benefit to the executors of the grain burning plan, who had successfully ambushed the center of the enemy's camp. The enemy was exhausted, both mentally and physically. After so many rounds of attacks that were similar to scratching an itch, they also knew that Reynolds's people didn't dare to really launch a sneak attack. They relaxed and ignored it. When they relaxed their guard, the chances of success of the ambush greatly increased. Chapter 475. The ambush was to be launched at the last moment before dawn. It was also the time when people were the most physically exhausted. Reynolds knew that this tense and exciting moment was about to arrive. He suddenly felt very excited. Right now, it was as if he was playing a huge game of chess. The lives of thousands of people were in his hands. Victory or defeat seemed to be decided by a single thought. That kind of supreme excitement was self-evident. As the personal bodyguard of the regiment commander, Irene stood beside Reynolds with a face full of emotions. Unlike the usual Reynolds who was always laughing and joking around, the Reynolds tonight looked like a wise commander who was strategizing and strategizing. His eyes were full of confidence, and a different kind of charm that made him worthy of being relied on and trusted spontaneously arose. The leader of the archer squad was Erin, who was also one of the chief of staff. She retreated from the group and walked up to Reynolds. Reporting, Regiment Commander Reynolds. Our plan to harass the enemy is going well. Reynolds looked at the familiar yet strange roommate in front of him. His face was as calm as an ancient well. He nodded lightly. Very good, Battalion Commander Shijun. Reno, who was no longer a scoundrel, indeed looked very cool. There was an indescribable aura about him. Eileen, who was used to his usual demeanor, had the same feeling as Eileen. She was really surprised. She never thought that the same person could have two completely different auras. Reynolds's unfathomable characteristics made him even more charming. In fact, Reynolds was only making bold and sinister suggestions, as well as details that needed to be taken note of. The one who was in charge of the battle was Vashlaki. Reynolds knew that he was good at strategizing, but when it came to dispatching troops, a rookie like him was no match for the experienced Vashlaki. There was no need for him to put on airs, so he simply delegated all the authority to Vashlaki so that Vashlaki did not have to report to him and could make decisions on his own. The situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, so it was better to give orders as soon as possible. Reynolds, who was only a spectator, was much more relaxed than yesterday. All he had to do was to stand on the commanding platform and watch Vashlaki give out orders and learn from his experience. The defense was complete. All that was left was to deal the final blow to the enemy's vitals and prevent them from retaliating. Looking at the glimmer of dawn on the horizon, Reynolds muttered, looks like it's almost time. As soon as he finished speaking, several flames shot up into the sky from the center of the enemy camp. Then, a noise that was louder than the noise caused by the first wave of harassment by the archers came from the opposite wind. The entire enemy camp was in chaos, almost boiling. Looking from afar, densely packed little black dots were swarming in the direction of the flames. Reno smiled and said, "Success, haha." Voslaki, Elena, and the other battalion commanders who were waiting for orders at the command desk were also energized. Commander Shijun, command the archer squad to attack again and create chaos so that our men can escape. Since he was the temporary commander, he was not going to hold back in order to avoid wasting time, Washlaki said immediately. Yes. Elena nodded and immediately led a group of archers down to the ground. Not long after, there was another commotion outside the enemy's perimeter. The enemy troops that rushed out to put out the fire weren't fully prepared. In this wave of attack, the number of casualties was higher than any of the previous waves. Although it was still a negligible number compared to the total number of enemy troops, the chaos they created was enough to give them a headache. It did not take long for Elena and the archers to retreat. Bruce, the talisman master who was responsible for the burning of food, followed closely behind him. Behind him were dozens of soldiers who were proficient in fire combat aura. Walking at the back of the group was a group of dark, short, and hunchbacked caveman warriors. Although they looked ugly and inconspicuous, who would have thought that they were the ones who completed the most important part of the defense plan? No one would have thought that after this war, the subterrane dwellers, who were thought to be only good laborers, would step onto the stage of the war and become an indispensable part of the army. Reynolds stood up and welcomed them personally. Welcome back, brave warriors. You have worked hard. The Empire is proud of you. Although Reynolds did not know how to command the troops, he was still very good at inspiring morale. It was not just a few words. These subterrane dwellers, who had been quiet after completing their mission, felt their blood surge when they heard the heartfelt praise from the supreme and respected commander. All of them wished that they could shed their blood for the Empire and contribute their greatest strength to the Empire. Bruce's face was calm as usual, but he could not hide the excitement in his voice. Commander Reynolds, The burning plan was successfully completed. We only lost 2 subterranean dwellers who could not retreat in time. One of them was slightly injured. Although Vashlaki was the overall commander, all the battalion commanders reported the results to Reynolds directly as a sign of respect for their leader. Vashlaki was right beside Reynolds, so it was equivalent to reporting to both of them at the same time. When Reynolds heard that someone was sacrificed, he felt a slight ripple in his heart. However, he knew that this was something that could not be avoided in war. To be able to deal a heavy blow to the enemy's vitals with almost negligible losses was an incomparably impressive achievement. Even the 2 subterranean dwellers who died should have died with a smile on their faces. Thinking of this, Reynolds quickly shook off the faint sadness in his heart and said, "Very good, beautifully done. The heroic soldiers who sacrificed themselves will be remembered by the Empire forever." Vashlaki and the other battle-hardened subterranean dwellers were already used to it. In the distance, the flames in the middle of the enemy camp were finally extinguished. What followed was a torrent of curses from the enemy. Evidently, they understood the importance of food to their side. Reynolds's shameless tactics had undoubtedly infuriated them completely. Looking at the enemy troops gathering, Reynolds was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. The enemy commander is really an idiot. He actually launched the attack in advance without being calm. "Ha, everyone get ready. Let's show them who's boss first." Although he did not know how to command an army, he still knew how to use the power of the Empire to intimidate others. Furthermore, he was the one who contributed the most in formulating the entire plan. No one dared to look down on him because of this. They were only puzzled by a certain term in Reynolds's words. What was an idiot? Of course, the enemy commander was not an idiot. After fighting fiercely for a long time, the humans in the northwest were fierce, especially when they encountered setbacks. They thought that with the ferocity of their soldiers and the absolute advantage of having 6 times the number of people, they could defeat the enemy in one fell swoop or at least deal a heavy blow if the enemy commander was not abnormally powerful. Chapter 476. The Northwest Alliance Army was angry but not in chaos. Their formation was still orderly. After all, they were an army that had been trained for a long time. Their discipline was strict and could not be compared to a motley crew. As the first ray of the morning sun descended on the earth, the horn for the charge finally sounded. Charging at the front was a group of about 2,000 knights. Whether it was charging or defense, they were extremely strong. Their whole body was covered in heavy black armor, only their eyes were exposed. The cavalry of the Northwest Alliance Army was extremely famous. First of all, the knights were all tall and strong. The steel spears in their hands were at least twice as thick as the spears of the ordinary knights of the Defy Empire. The rows of spear tips gave off an oppressive pressure. The tower shield in their left hand was so large that it could help their mounts block arrows and other long-range attacks. Their mounts had eyes as large as copper bells, 2 curved and sharp fangs, and lumps of meat protruded from their bodies. This was a type of magical beast called Dwachi. In addition to its great endurance and strength, its skin was thick and tough, and its defense was quite good as well. Ordinary arrows with weak spiritual power couldn't hurt it. This type of magical beast was commonly found in the extreme cold of the Northwest. It could be captured and used as a mount. The Knights of the Northwest Alliance Army were tyrannical. This group of knights was only the vanguard, used to test the enemy. However, in just the first wave of attack, nearly 2,000 knights were used. It was almost the same number of soldiers as Reynolds's side. It was clear that the enemy's strength was indeed strong. If it was a normal time, such a group of knights could easily tear a small gap in the enemy's defense line and then use it as a weakness to attack. However, it was not a normal time now because they had encountered the most cunning opponent. If they joined in a direct confrontation, the 376th Regiment would definitely lose and collapse very quickly. However, Reynolds used his forces where they could be of the most use. For example, the archers harassed the enemy so that they could not get enough sleep. The other soldiers were also used to the best of their ability. In this way, it was not easy to compare their strength. The Knights of the Alliance Army rushed up the steep slope. Duoci's endurance and explosive power were indeed strong. Advancing on such a slope, their speed did not decrease but instead increased. Seeing that they were only half the distance to the top of Lanling Highland, the knights were puzzled that they had not encountered any obstacles until now. The situation was a little strange. Generally speaking, even if the other party was unable to bear it, they would still have to express their gratitude. Still, this was a good thing. Based on past experience, they were already halfway through the journey, and Duoci's speed was almost at its peak. Together with the knight, they had formed an unstoppable momentum. With the number of soldiers on the other side, no matter what kind of soldiers they would not be able to resist. They would definitely be washed away by the endless stream of 2,000 spears. Just as the knights of the allied army were feeling complacent, a large group of four-armed soldiers appeared in front of them. Seeing this, the knights remained indifferent and continued to drive their mounts without stopping. Even the barbarians, who had immense strength, would not be able to defend themselves against the team that was charging at them like a hurricane. Not to mention the four-armed race. When they were only 100 meters away from the four-armed tribesmen, the knights raised their spears in unison and crouched down to form a line with Dorky. At this time, the formation suddenly split into several groups. The 300 people at the front spread out evenly, followed by 300 people at the back. They were sandwiched between the gaps of the first round as the second wave of attacks, while the 300 people at the back were sandwiched between the gaps of the first round. Wave after wave of attacks, the 2,100 knights were divided into 7 groups. Knights were good at charging. If their momentum was blocked, it would not be wise to engage in close combat. Charge, retreat, charge, retreat. It was the same, but it was the most effective. If the first wave of knights couldn't break through the enemy's defense line, they would retreat from the sides and wait for the next wave of knights to rush in, and then the next wave of knights. When the last wave of knights rushed in, the first wave of knights could speed up and launch the second wave of attacks. This was the special flowing water impact of the Northwestern Alliance Army's cavalry units. It forced the defending side to meet force with force, enduring endless pressure until they collapsed. When they used this move, they were almost invincible when attacking cities and seizing strongholds. The knights soon discovered that the four-armed race did not take out thick shields or other defensive weapons, but rather a large basket in each hand. Just as they were puzzled, an overwhelming number of black dots sprinkled over. The knights did not know what kind of weapon this was, as if they had never heard of it before. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Their hearts trembled. They did not dare to be careless and immediately raised their tower shields in front of themselves and Duoci. However, there were too many black dots. The first 2 waves of knights were more or less hit, but the black dots were quickly deflected by the heavy armor and did not cause any damage. Just as the knights were puzzled, their bodies suddenly tilted, and the sky and earth spun. They fell heavily to the ground amidst the cries of many strange beasts. Due to the heavy armor and the fact that their speed was comparable to a bullet train, the huge inertia caused them to feel dizzy and their chi and blood to become chaotic. Some of them were even crushed by their mounts that weighed hundreds of kilograms and suffered some serious injuries. Only then did they realize that there was a pile of round, slippery, and hard beans on the ground. However, it was these inconspicuous things that caused their fierce attacks to completely collapse. It was a very humiliating thing for a knight to be crushed, and the source of this humiliation was a pile of beans that cost a silver coin. They were so depressed that their hormones were about to go haywire. But things weren't over yet. Due to the sudden chaos in the formation of the knights at the front, the knights at the back panicked as well. They couldn't stop Duoci even if they wanted to, so they rammed into them with their pets, sending some of their unlucky companions flying dozens of meters away. It was a very satisfying feeling, and they immediately reached the climax. However, before they could satisfy their cravings, they immediately followed in the footsteps of their companions. Their mounts lost their balance and fell, and the knights on their mounts naturally suffered the same fate. Then, they would be sent flying by the next wave of knights very happily. Just like dominoes, the chain reaction continued. The knights and their mounts who were originally arrogant and had the heart to die for those who stood in their way helplessly fell one by one under the despotic power of the beans. The knights at the back of the formation finally had enough time to stop, but they did not dare to make any movements in case they accidentally stepped on the abominable beans. The dignity of the knights would be destroyed, and their reputation would be ruined. The other soldiers at the back who were ready to attack were all dumbfounded. The knights who used to be awe-inspiring were defeated without even touching a hair of the enemy, and it was a terrible defeat. The whole formation was in a mess. The ground was full of duo chi who wanted to get up like turtles, but they fell under the beans again and again. Only the commander of the knights who knew how to defend himself with impetus was spared. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he almost vomited blood. He swore that if he could successfully take down Wall City, the first thing he would do was to immediately burn all the beans in the city. Chapter 477. Seeing that Dorky was unable to get up again, the knights had no choice but to abandon their mounts and return to their own camp. Fortunately, they were wearing heavy armor with strong defense, otherwise, they would be in trouble if a group of archers came. However, there were two sides to every coin. The knights quickly understood this truth, but it was a painful lesson. Many round logs that were burning red like charcoal were rolling down from Lanling Highland with thick smoke coming out of them. A large group of barbarians rolled down the logs. Carter, who loved to set fire, led a group of people who were proficient in fire elemental energy and quickly turned the logs red. He shouted pervertedly, "So cool, so cool." The knights who couldn't escape in time were drowned by the firewood. Their heavy armor became a burden, and they couldn't use light body technique at all. As everyone knew, the heat transfer ability of steel was extremely strong. These knights were trapped in their heavy armor and were roasted alive. Their cries of agony made the other soldiers behind them shudder, but they didn't dare to come forward to rescue them. The knights' charge was the first part of the attack. If they couldn't break through the enemy's defense, the only result would be their own death. The 1,000-meter-long slope under Lanling Highland became a sea of fire that burned for at least 2 hours. Other than the knight commander and a group of knights who reacted quickly and immediately took off their heavy armor, abandoned their mounts, and fled alone, no one else was spared. Originally, it was a shameful thing for knights to flee, but now no one blamed them. If they didn't run, they would only become one of the charred corpses on the slope. The Northwestern Alliance thought too highly of themselves. They sent out 2,000 knights in the first wave of attack, which made them pay a heavy price. Of the 2,100 knights, only 300 were left, and Dorcas' army was completely wiped out. The Alliance's morale was completely lost. They could only temporarily stop and return to their camp to make plans. Almost all of the enemies in the first wave of attack were wiped out. On their side, other than a barbarian who accidentally burned his hand while setting the logs, there were no casualties. This result was definitely worthy of pride and excitement. Without a doubt, it was a classic battle in the Empire's war. Everyone on the Lanling Highland was so excited that they clapped their hands in celebration. At this moment, the enemy was already discussing the next attack plan, and the most important task was to deal with those hateful beans. The Northwestern Army was no fool. They quickly came up with a solution. Knights, barbarian warriors, boundary masters, and other defensive units covered a group of water mags. Slowly, they turned the hard ground of the slope into mud. The countless beans that rolled down the slope either stuck to the ground or sank into the soil. Doki was no longer able to slip when he stepped on them, and they could even defend against the rolling firewood to a certain extent. Reynolds also knew that such a simple tactic wouldn't work for long, so he symbolically sprinkled some beans. Seeing that it didn't work, he gave up. The real hand-to-hand combat had also begun at this moment. Taking advantage of their geographical advantage, Reynolds' side still had the upper hand. However, they were at a disadvantage due to the disparity in strength. Coupled with the fact that the enemy had no regard for their own lives, the knights, barbarians, and stone golems, all of which were strong in offense and defense, rushed forward. No matter how good Vashlaki's ability to rotate his soldiers was, in the end, he still could not hold them off. After a day of intense fighting, Lanling Highland was slowly swallowed up by the enemy. However, the enemy was so crazy that casualties were not a problem. The corpses piled up like a mountain on Lanling Highland. They were dyed in a ghastly red color, and they all died in different ways. It was too horrible to look at. Some were burned to ashes, some were crushed into meat paste by rocks, some were invaded by wood spirits, some were bleeding from their 7 orifices, some were killed by wind blades, and some were shot into hedgehogs by arrows. There were all kinds of bizarre and strange things. After all, these ordinary soldiers couldn't be compared to masters with spiritual power. Many of them didn't even have the chance to take a recovery pill before they lost their lives. The ground was littered with severed limbs, internal organs, and intestines. The strong smell of blood wafted through the mountain wind, making people want to vomit. The battle that was carried out practically stepping on corpses made Reynolds experience the cruelty and desperation of war for the first time. Lives were as cheap as grass. They were harvested by Azrael's scythe without any resistance. However, he couldn't sympathize with them. The soft-hearted usually died faster. The enemy's knights were only a few hundred meters away from the top of the highland. Under the cover of the archers and Mag's long-range attacks, Voslaki had no choice but to give the order to abandon the battle point. Everyone quickly retreated back to Will City. It was very rare to be able to force the enemy to the point where they didn't care about the cost. The enemy lost at least 1/10 of their men, while their own side lost about 1/30. After the enemy occupied the Lanling Highland, they didn't have the time and didn't want to chase after them again. Furthermore, after a day of chaotic fighting, they were extremely tired. It was impossible for them to take down Will City, which was protected by the city walls. It was better to rest for the night and fight another day. This time, the Allied forces were extra careful. They dug almost 3 feet into the ground to prevent the food from being destroyed again. After burning the food yesterday, they could only save a pitiful portion of it. There were also a few piles that were close to the soldiers' quarters. The attackers were afraid of alerting the defenders, so they didn't burn them in time and survived. There weren't many disturbances at night. After all, Renault's side had given up the advantageous terrain and didn't dare to leave the city so easily. They didn't want the archers, who were already few in number, to die under the enemy's counterattack. Therefore, the Allied forces of the Northwest Alliance were able to sleep well. However, when they arrived at Will City the next day, they almost fainted when they saw the scene in front of them. All the city gates were blocked by large piles of rocks. They had only heard of defensive battles where the city gates were closed or a large number of people were sent to guard the city gates. They had never heard of a situation where one's own city gates were sealed. This was clearly a complete disregard of the rules of the game. The Allied forces of the Northwest Alliance were so impressed that they almost prostrated themselves on the ground. Almost everyone's mother and other female relatives of the person who came up with this plan 100 times in their hearts. Left with no choice, the barbarian soldiers could only foolishly put on their heavy helmets and run out of the barracks in large numbers. They wanted to move the rocks away from the bottom of the city, while the archers and spellcasters kept shooting long-range spells to cover their work. But this time, they miscalculated again. When the barbarians with strong defense ran halfway, they found that they didn't run into wind blades, spiritual arrows, fireballs, spears, or swords. Instead, they ran into a flood. Renault had already ordered people to build the dam upstream of the Mine River, and the water level rose to the peak of a flood. Chapter 478. Water, the element with the lowest attack power, had become a nightmare for the barbarians. The clumsy barbarians couldn't swim at all, nor did they know how to lighten their bodies. Wearing heavy armor, they sank to the bottom and couldn't breathe. This wasn't a problem that could be solved by eating recovery pills. What awaited them was only death. The terrain between Will City and Lanling Highlands was low. The flood directly submerged a large piece of land outside the city. The barbarians who couldn't evacuate in time all became water ghosts. The main force attacking the city suffered another large loss. This was undoubtedly another blow to the head after the bin tactic. The blow was so heavy that the Northwest Alliance army wanted to go crazy. They originally thought that they could easily take down the city, but now it was extremely troublesome. All the generals were a little disappointed by the opponent's wretched tactics. It was beans, rolling stones, burning, and flooding again. What would happen next? If it was a direct confrontation, even if they had more casualties, they wouldn't be as useless as they were now. The other side didn't lose a single soldier, but a large number of barbarians were summoned by the Lord. Will City, which was as docile as a lamb, suddenly turned into a vicious wolf. In the current situation, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. And the initiator of all this, Reynolds, was lying tiredly in the tent. He couldn't stop yawning, but he warned himself not to fall asleep. After this series of commands, no matter how strong Reynolds' spiritual power was, after a few days and nights without sleep, he couldn't hold on any longer. Hearing someone knock on the door, he answered in a daze and saw Avina hurriedly walk in. Reynolds said in a daze, "Linger, come and lie with me for a while. I'm about to die from exhaustion." Avina choked and rolled her eyes. "Commander Reynolds, please meet Battalion Commander Shijun. There's something important to report." Hearing Avina's voice, Reynolds crawled up and touched his nose awkwardly. He asked, "What's the matter? Tell me quickly." Avina didn't know if it was out of helplessness or something else. She said, "Come with me and you'll know." When Reynolds stood on the wall, he found that the flood below the city had subsided a lot. He then saw the soldiers of the Alliance Army digging canals to divert water. If the city was always flooded like this, their attack wouldn't have been launched. Reynolds laughed and said, "These guys have some tricks up their sleeves. They even learned from you the Great." Although Avina did not know who Dau was, she still said angrily, "You're still laughing. Although you've dealt a heavy blow to their knights and barbarians, it's said that the enemy has a large number of earth mags, at least 1,000 of them. Even though we drowned a large number of barbarians and greatly delayed the siege, with such a large number of earth mags, it would only take a day for them to work together and use the earth manipulation spell to control the earth and rocks below the city walls and build a small slope that could reach the top of the city walls. By then, we would be in trouble." Vashlaki nodded. "Not bad indeed. I didn't expect them to have so many earth mags. This is going to be troublesome. Commander Reynolds, do you have any suggestions?" Reynolds said unconcernedly, "Then why don't we just get rid of them?" Vashlaki smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Avina rolled her eyes at him. "Commander Reynolds, it's easy for you to say. Everyone knows the importance of mags. They have the knights and a group of barrier masters to protect them. Also, they can cast spells from afar from 60 to 70 meters away. Even our archers wouldn't be able to do anything to them at such a distance. Knights and boundary masters would be able to nullify almost all of their attacks, unless it was close combat. But we wouldn't do something so stupid, right? If the same element was used as the medium, many mags would be able to cast spells from afar, and the earth mags were undoubtedly the most convenient." Reynolds said casually, 60 to 70 meters? No problem. Advisor Avina, Advisor Vashlaki, just wait for a good show. Leave these people to me. Tell the archers to be ready. They'll have a chance at any time. Avina and Vashlaki were a bit confused by Reynolds' confidence. Although they did not know what Reynolds had in mind, they were relieved. Avina knew that Reynolds' Stormkill was very powerful, but it was impossible for it to kill thousands of mags. Even if Randolph came in person, it would take him a lot of effort to kill thousands of mags in one go. Reynolds' Stormkill was just a half-baked skill. Just as Avina and Vashlaki guessed, after the water was drained, the earth mags under the protection of the knights and the barrier masters started casting spells from 60 to 70 meters away. At first, there were only 600 of them, but soon, there were 800 of them. Due to the strange tactics of the other side, many unexpected incidents had occurred, causing the progress of the siege to be much slower than expected. The Northwestern Alliance Army felt the urgency of the situation and could not wait any longer. Moreover, they could not think of any other dangers that could come their way. However, an unexpected danger was no longer a danger. Just when the number of magicians reached 800, a sudden change occurred. It wasn't the threat of the enemy's archers, nor was it the fire, rolling rocks, or flooding. These tactics were now useless. The explosion happened almost without any warning, and it was a series of explosions. 60 to 70 meters away from the city wall, It was right under the feet of the magicians. Although the knights and boundary masters with strong defensive abilities suffered light injuries, the weak bodies of the magicians could not withstand such a heavy blow. They were blown up into the sky like paper harriers. Out of the 800 people, 500 were immediately killed or injured. The archers on the city wall who were already prepared took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. After a flurry of arrows, at least 3 to 5 meters away from the city wall were blown up. The magicians who did not die but did not receive the timely protection of the knights and boundary masters became hedgehogs. The soldiers of the Northwestern Alliance army stared at each other in shock. Their minds were filled with question marks. What kind of strange and terrifying skill was this? To be able to bury it underground and then detonate it from afar, wasn't it too miraculous? If Reynolds knew what they were thinking, he would laugh out loud. Let alone landmine warfare, they probably didn't even know what landmines were. They were buried underground with magic elements. After a certain amount of time, they would be detonated when the mental strength was exhausted. This was what Reynolds had arranged for the mags in advance. Raising the Apocalypse bracelet, Reynolds condensed his mental strength and shouted, "Storm kill." In an instant, a thick tornado swept toward the Northwest Alliance's troops in the distance. The Northwest Alliance's troops, who did not know what the hell it was, hurriedly raised their shields to block, but this time, not to mention the mags, even the heavily armored knights were blown up into the sky with their mounts. In addition to the few who bore the brunt of the attack, dozens of knights a few meters away from them also met the same fate. They were sent flying high and then fell to the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Seeing that the remaining survivors were scared out of their wits and were running further and further away, Reynolds did not use Maelstrom kill again. First, the distance was not enough. If the storm could not reach the enemy, it would automatically dissipate. Second, using this skill consumed a lot of mental strength. After another 3 days, the Northwest Alliance's cautious and steady troops finally took down Wall City with great difficulty. But what they found was an empty city. The so-called empty city meant that there was not a single person in sight. All the food and other useful supplies had been burned to the ground. The raging fire soared into the sky, blooming with a mocking light. The entire sky above Wall City was shrouded in thick smoke. After painstakingly scheming, the destruction of their food supplies, the fire, flooding, rolling rocks, explosions, and other hardships, the casualties that were several times greater than the enemy's, they finally got a ruined city. The Northwest Alliance's commander was about to cry. Meanwhile, Renault, who had successfully resisted for 4 days and managed to get all the citizens of the city to evacuate, had long since led the warriors of his 376th Regiment to embark on the path of retreat in high spirits. Chapter 479. Reynolds was sleeping. He dreamed that he had returned to Earth and everything was peaceful. It was as if nothing had happened. He had never been to this world. "Commander Reynolds, is Commander Shijun here? Deputy Commander Washlaki is looking for her." Reynolds was woken up by the soldier's words. Erin was indeed here. Last night, due to their successful return from the first battle, Renault, Lin Ling, and Erin held a small bonfire banquet outside the tent to celebrate. The 3 of them ate and chatted happily. Unknowingly, the 3 of them fell asleep outside the tent. Reynolds couldn't help but smile when he saw Lin Ling and Shijun sleeping in different positions. He nudged Erin and said, "Wake up, Washlaki is looking for you." Erin woke up unwillingly, but it was her most respected commander after all. She hurried over without hesitation. Reynolds was confused as he watched Erin walk away. What did she want to talk about in private? The bad feeling he had when he left the Chang and Academy dormitory suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. When Erin returned, her face did not look too good. Her previous joy was gone. Reynolds's heart skipped a beat. "Shijun, did something happen? Did the enemy change and the Alliance army is chasing us?" Erin forced a smile. "No, don't think too much." Even a blind person could see that she had something on her mind. Judging from the army's unhurried situation, it had nothing to do with the Alliance army, so it could be a private matter. Did something happen in Shijun's family? Back in Chang'an Academy, the two of them had talked through the night more than once, sharing their feelings and secrets. Erin didn't tell Reynolds the truth about her cross-dressing, but she did tell Reynolds that she was from a big family. Reynolds also hid some of his true identity, only saying that he was from the Barbaker Empire. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was that Shijun's family had been sacrificed in the war. If they were working together, Washlaki would not have asked her to work alone. At the very least, he would have respected her. Reynolds calmed down a little. After all, it was not a good idea to ask too much about such unpleasant things. Reynolds could only say, "Oh," and did not say anything else. When Reynolds and Lin Ling met the others, he found that they all looked a little strange. Most of them glanced at him intentionally, especially Carter, who didn't know how to hide his emotions. Reynolds was a little uncomfortable. He touched his forehead and asked, "Is there a flower on my face?" Carter and the others laughed awkwardly. If they joked like this, the atmosphere would be much more relaxed, but today was an exception. Reynolds felt that their smiles were forced, which made it even more awkward. In the end, Reynolds coughed and said, "Deputy Washlaki, let's go." "Commander Reynolds, I think we don't have to leave for the time being." Washlaki was still as calm as ever, as if he would not frown even if the sky were to fall. "Why?" Reynolds was puzzled. Last night, the regiment's signaller received an urgent order from Commander Hank. He told us to stay here and wait for the main army to meet up. They'll be here by noon. Reynolds frowned. Is that so? As the 376th Regiment was a hodgepodge, there were not many regular soldiers. Rookies and academy students who were temporarily recruited made up the majority. These people were recruited because the Empire was in dire need of manpower and had no choice but to do so. Thus, the order Reynolds had received earlier was to immediately bring the entire regiment back to the Empire to continue training once the reinforcements arrived. If a large number of talents with potential were to be sacrificed for no reason on the battlefield due to a lack of experience, the losses would be great. Why did the order change? Furthermore, the person receiving the order wasn't him, the regiment commander. Did the Empire think that he was just a half-timer and that Washlaki was the real leader of the army? Reynolds believed that Washlaki wouldn't lie to him, so he smiled and said, "That's good. It's not a bad idea to rest more." Reynolds was in a depressed mood the entire morning. Logically speaking, after completing the mission with glory, he should be very relaxed and happy. However, he just could not feel happy. Washlaki and the other generals were more or less a little isolated. They were not as close as they were a few days ago when they fought side by side in the battle. When it was close to noon, the originally sunny sky suddenly changed. Thick clouds rolled in as if demons were about to descend. The air was abnormally heavy, and Reynolds had a bad feeling. At that moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The Empire's reinforcements had arrived. But just as Reynolds was about to go and welcome them, Erin stopped him. "Commander Reynolds, you don't have to go. Deputy Washlaki will handle it." "Why?" "I'm still the commander of the 376th Regiment in name." "Isn't this too rude?" Reynolds asked curiously. Erin's expression was uncertain. "I'll tell you later. Anyway, it's best to stay here for now." Hank was a fierce werewolf and one of the famous orc warriors in Chang'an. He knew how to shapeshift and had reached level 3. There were very few orcs who could reach this level. Riding on the giant demon cockroach, he was very conspicuous. Behind him was a dense army that stretched as far as the eye could see. Washlaki bowed and said, "Chief Commander Hank, welcome to our headquarters." Hank nodded slightly and said to Washlaki, "Commander Washlaki, where's Reynolds? Have you captured him?" This sentence was earth-shattering. Other than Carter and a few other high-ranking generals who were mentally prepared, the other company commanders, platoon leaders, squad leaders, and some of the nearby ordinary soldiers were all shocked. Although Washlaki had been the one in charge of dispatching the troops these days, everyone knew that the young commander was the one who came up with all the ingenious plans. If it weren't for him, not only would they not have been able to evacuate all the citizens of Will City, they would have had to sacrifice themselves for the Empire. It was mostly thanks to this commander that they were able to complete the mission and survive. Why would a leader with such outstanding achievements be punished? Washlaki took a step forward. Commander Hank, I don't understand why the higher-ups would issue a warrant for his arrest, but I can guarantee with my integrity that Commander Reynolds is a competent leader. There must be some misunderstanding. In fact, in the contents of the secret order he received, there was another part besides ordering the troops to stay put. He was to immediately take over the position of commander of the 376th Regiment and capture Reynolds. Chapter 480. That was why Washlaki had summoned Irene. He couldn't disobey the orders of the Imperial Army, but he couldn't carry out such a ridiculous order either. Even the shy Karen couldn't help but ask in excitement, Commander Hank, please tell us what's going on. Sanalinge also stepped forward. Please give us a reasonable reason. Otherwise, we won't hand over Commander Reynolds. Carter was the most agitated. He admired Reynolds' schemes the most. Mother **Kerr, whoever wants to deal with Commander Reynolds will have to go through me first. There was also Bruce, and that extremely conservative Lawrence, who placed the utmost importance on military discipline, and whose face was even more square than a brick, actually voiced their support for Reynolds, because this arrest warrant was truly too unreasonable. Hank was expressionless. I'm just following orders. If you have any questions, we can talk after we bring Reynolds back. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a dozen people silently walked out from the crowd. They were all wearing black cloaks, and they stood there without any signs of life. The cold aura of death was almost suffocating. It was a smell that could only be cultivated after killing countless lives. Without exception, these people had the symbol of the Grim Reaper engraved on their left shoulder. They were holding blood-red scythes, and the skull's mouth was slightly open as if it was sneering eerily. It was so lifelike that it made people feel uncomfortable when they saw it. What was even more frightening was what this symbol represented: the Empire's Grim Reaper hunting group. They specialized in hunting down or arresting people who had committed heinous crimes and caused great harm to the Empire's interests. Washlaki and the others were shocked when they saw the Azrael hunters. Washlaki knew that there was no room for negotiation. They didn't want to bring Reynolds back for interrogation, but to kill him. Commander Hank, Washlaki said coldly. If that's the case, I have no choice but to offend you. A ball of cold air appeared in his hand. Carter and the others drew their weapons at the same time. Washlaki, Hank said angrily. How dare you disobey orders? I just want to seek justice for Commander Reynolds. Washlaki said nonchalantly. He had heard about the grudge between Leon and Reynolds. He knew that this had something to do with Guys. If there were no accidents, the 376th Regiment would have been wiped out in the battle against the Northwestern Army. Guys had appointed Reynolds as the commander to avenge his personal grudge. Now that the 376th Regiment was safe and had even made a great contribution, Guys couldn't let this thorn in his side continue to be in the limelight. That was why he issued the order to arrest Reynolds. Washlaki, as the commander of the mercenary regiment, he knew the importance of following orders, but he couldn't just hand over a commander who had saved at least tens of thousands of civilians and 20,000 soldiers for no reason. A dazzling rainbow light rose from Washlaki's hand, and it was especially dazzling in the dark sky. Hank's face changed. He knew that the signal flare at such a crucial moment meant something special. He waved his hand and said, "Anyone who disobeys will be killed together. Don't move on them." Even though he had to take Reynolds down no matter what, he didn't want to start a war with his own army. Although the soldiers of the 376th Regiment did not know why they were fighting with their allies, Washlaki and the other generals who had gone through life and death with them were undoubtedly the leaders in their hearts. Furthermore, most of them were rookies who had not undergone any training. Their blood was boiling, and they ignored Hank's words and raised their weapons in unison. "Everyone, listen up," Washlaki said calmly. "Don't move." Even though he wouldn't hand Reynolds over, Washlaki couldn't fight with all of them. Since Hank had set the rules of the game and didn't want to use the rest of his forces, he would follow the rules. At the back of the camp, Erin and Renault had also seen the signal flare in the sky. Renault frowned. What the hell is going on, Chief Staff Erin? You must be hiding something from me. Erin's face was ashen. She took out a scroll and stuffed it into Reynolds' hand. Reynold, take Lin Ling and run along the route on this map. You're wanted by the entire Empire. I'm afraid there's no place for you in the entire Tang Empire. What? Reynolds was dumbstruck when he heard that. The torrential rain continued to fall. The sky was like the belly of a dead fish, dark and gloomy. Everything in front of them was hazy. However, in such a torrential rain, there were two figures riding on strange living aquatic beasts, rushing through the rain and hurrying on. Reynolds' mood was as bad as the weather. He was now the sinner of the entire Tang Empire. He was even the public enemy of the entire Southeast China. His crime was treason and being an enemy spy. He abandoned the city and escaped when the defending army was still strong enough. This caused Will City to fall and the Empire to suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, the reinforcements came in time and fought valiantly to take back Will City. This crime made Reynolds want to vomit blood, but he couldn't defend himself. Not to mention a small regiment commander like him, even many of the upper echelons of the Great Tang dynasty had been pinned with groundless crimes. And these people were all Guy's enemies or important figures under his enemies. The incident happened so suddenly that the military power of this war was temporarily in Guy's hands. As the president of the alliance, he was indeed the best choice. Guy's enemies couldn't object to this and were at his disposal. However, no one could have imagined that the political civil war of the Empire would happen as suddenly as the attack of the Northwest Coalition Army. Even Guy's enemies didn't expect that he would take advantage of the chaos of the war. He either sent his enemies into a trap like the 376th Regiment to kill them with a borrowed knife, or wantonly distorted the facts and used this temporary military power to take action. Those enemies of Guy's who were caught off guard were either directly destroyed by the enemy or bore the crime of disobedience or betrayal in self-defense. The people in the war were in an unusually chaotic state. Most of them only paid attention to the results of the war and their future. Coupled with the overwhelming rumors and Guy's usual hypocritical face, most people believed that he couldn't do such a shameless thing, and most of them believed it was true. They thought that those who had a rift with Guy's were unwilling to listen to his orders and didn't hesitate to start an internal war. The public was furious and cursing was endless. Although there were some rumors that Guy's killed his colleagues for his own selfish reasons, these rumors were quickly suppressed. For a time, the situation of the upper echelons of the Empire changed drastically. Many people saw that things were not going well and submitted to Guy's. After the war, Guy's power reached its peak and was almost unshakable. Chapter 481. Reynolds underestimated Guy's. In addition to endurance, he also had ruthless and poisonous means, and he was willing to do anything. The Uzrael hunting group was originally created according to his idea. The purpose was to eliminate the pests of the Empire. However, this time they didn't eliminate the pests of the Empire, but the pests in Guy's eyes. Some of Guy's opponents, who were quite popular and not easy to slander, were directly killed by the Death God hunting group ambushed in the army. The timing of Guy's thunderous attack was also very good. Just as the reinforcements were about to be exchanged and the situation was no longer unexpected, it didn't affect the country's security and could also eliminate his opponents. Many monarchs in the ancient history of Earth had done such things. It was simple but the most effective. Or it might have some impact on the reputation. However, the impact was too small compared to the benefits that could be obtained. This old fox was ruthless enough. The relaxation of people's psychology, the timing of the attack, other than tearing off the mask and losing a little popularity that didn't affect the overall situation, everything was almost perfect. At the beginning, Reynolds felt that he was very wronged. However, after knowing the huge change in the Empire, he was helpless. To the large number of high-ranking people who were killed unjustly, he was just a little worm. If it wasn't for the fact that he injured Leon, Guy's wouldn't even care about a dispensable small person like him. It was just that there was one more conveniently. It was the other high-ranking people who were buried with him. Otherwise, He wouldn't only send a dozen members of the Azrael hunting group. The only thing that made Reynolds unhappy was that because of Guys, he actually had no place to stay in the Tang Empire. After all, Reynolds even treated this country as his own. This was already the 7th day of fleeing. Reynolds was a little tired. Needless to say, Irene was also a little tired. If it wasn't for the summoned apostles to help them split the route, she would have collapsed from exhaustion. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they discovered that they had already left the savage forest. They were standing on top of a cliff, and a vast and boundless sea appeared before their eyes. Far away from the coastline, a city could faintly be seen in the rain. Reynolds let out a carefree laugh and sat down, panting heavily. He said, "The two of us are running for our lives like this. The four of us are our home. It doesn't seem bad." Erin looked at Reynolds worriedly. "Lindy, are you okay? Why do you look so tired?" Reynolds shook his head, telling Irene not to worry. At the same time, there was also a question in his heart. Why did he get tired so easily? It was as if his life was constantly flowing away. However, the situation was critical, so Reynolds didn't think too much about it. He said, "Linger, let's rest here for a while." Eileen nodded and sat down. He had not done anything wrong to the Great Tang. He, who had saved tens of thousands of people, had a clear conscience. The civilians of Will City, who had survived because of his life, did not dare to speak up even if they were forced by Guys's tyrannical power. However, deep down in their hearts, they were definitely grateful to this former commander of the 376th Regiment. Thinking of this, Renaud shook off all his dejected emotions. Feeling refreshed, he took out the magic map that Avina gave him. "In half a day at most, we will reach the jurisdiction of Dara's inner harbor and take a boat to Akalin, the island nation. This is the place that Miss Avina wants us to go." Other than Tianwan, both sides of the ocean were involved in the war. Other than the countries with clear standpoints, there was a small group of special forces on the continent. They had no conflict of interest with any side, or the conflict was minimal. Therefore, they chose to remain neutral. After the Northwest Coalition Army and the Southeast and Central Coalition Army failed to rope them in, they did not forcefully invade them to avoid resistance or forcing them to join the enemy camp. As a result, these neutral countries managed to avoid being affected by the flames of war and continued to operate as usual. For example, the Empire's Akalin was one of them, and it was also the place that Reynolds could rely on. He, who had betrayed the mainstay of the Tang Empire, was also spurned by the Tang Empire's allies. If he went to them, it would still be a dead end. It was not that Reynolds did not think of the distant eastern countries, for example, the even more distant Jixia. However, the journey was really long and endless. Most importantly, the journey was extremely dangerous, and he did not know what kind of encounter there would be. Reynolds did not dare to take this risk with Eileen. His strength was still not strong enough to dominate the entire king's world. At least, the gap between him and Athena and Diao Chan was still unbelievably large. The port of Dara was one of the important trade centers of the neutral countries, and its status was very special. The Northwest Coalition Army and the Great Tang did not dare to openly use force on its territory, and at most, they would send a small group of people to assassinate fugitives. If Reynolds went there, his safety would be greatly increased. The people of Azrael's hunting corps were extremely adept at tracking, and they were like maggots that followed one's bones, making them very troublesome. Fortunately, Voslaki and the others helped to block them for a while, and at that time, something strange happened. Azrael's hunting corps saw another Reynolds fleeing in the opposite direction of their own escape route, diverting their attention and giving Reynolds precious time to escape. But who could that person be? Who would risk their lives to help him, and who had the ability to deceive the sharp eyes of Azrael's hunting corps? Reynolds could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. This continuous torrential rain had come at the perfect time, covering or diluting the scent of the fugitives. No matter how adept the Azrael's hunting corps were at tracking, they still had a headache. According to the reports of the several waves of scouting bee puppets that Eileen had sent out, they had not found any trace of the fugitives. These bee puppets had a maximum range of 100 li, which meant that Reynolds was at least 100 li away from the fugitives. Ships were leaving Dara seaport almost every moment, and if nothing unexpected happened, Azrael's hunting corps would not be able to make it in time. This was precisely why Reynolds could breathe a sigh of relief. The Great Tang and the Northwest Coalition Army were in a stalemate for the time being. The Great Tang had to adjust some of its systems according to the war, and there was still some internal political struggle that needed time to buffer. The Northwest Coalition Army, on the other hand, was fortifying the city in order to prevent a counterattack. Both sides had their misgivings, so for the time being, neither side dared to act rashly. "All right, let's go. We'll reach the port soon." Reynolds stood up, but at this moment, a warning sign suddenly appeared, and Reynolds instinctively dodged. A ball of black mucus flew past him and fell to the ground. Rainwater fell on it, making a sizzling sound, and the grass that was stuck to it immediately withered, as if its vitality was rapidly being sucked away. The familiar nature of spiritual energy immediately reminded Reynolds of a person, but it was also the person who was least likely to appear here. Chapter 482. A man dressed entirely in black walked out from the forest behind him. "Old friend, long time no see," he. His chilling aura and chilling laughter made people feel extremely uncomfortable. When Irene saw this person, her petite body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was the side effect of the netherworld vision. Reynolds's pupils shrank. Leon. His face was riddled with holes. Half of his white bones were exposed, and half of his flesh and half of his bones were even uglier than a skeleton. It was extremely ugly and disgusting, but Reynolds still recognized him at a glance. But he really couldn't understand. Wasn't Leon seriously injured to the point where his dark spiritual energy was almost completely destroyed? Wasn't he even weaker than an ordinary civilian? How could he appear here? And judging from the dark corrosion just now, his spiritual energy seemed to have recovered greatly. What was going on? Reynolds's mind was filled with confusion, but he didn't have time to think about it. Big trouble was coming. 12 people wearing black cloaks appeared quietly with Leon. Their bodies emitted an aura of death. The skull emblem on their shoulders was especially conspicuous. It was also a symbol that Reynolds hated to the core. Without a doubt, it was that damned Azrael hunting group. But judging from the differences in their physiques and professions, they didn't seem to be the same group that had been harassing him ever since he escaped from the 376th Regiment. They were probably other members of the Azrael hunting group. Reynolds was only shocked, but then his lips curled into a mocking smile. "What? I didn't kill you last time. Are you here to die this time?" Leon didn't get angry at Reynolds's words. He smiled strangely and said coldly, "This time, there are 3 top experts from the Azrael hunting group who came with me, and I also have a surekill skill that I just learned to use on you." Hey! A terrifying laughter rang out. Reynolds frowned and said, "Linger, step back. Leave this to me." As he spoke, he moved to take out his long sword. Irene obediently retreated behind Reynolds. Her hands condensed a dense amount of water elemental energy, ready to assist Reynolds. But in the next moment, Reynolds's expression changed. "How is this possible? What's going on?" Looking at Reynolds's shocked and panicked expression, Irene hurriedly asked, "Lindy, what's wrong?" Reynolds didn't answer. He roared like a madman, "My bracelet, it's absorbing my power." Irene's heart sank when she heard Renault's roar. She knew that things were not going well. Leon looked playfully at Renault, who was shouting and yelling. He turned his head and said to the members of Azrael's hunting group, "Guys, this man in front of you is quite strong. You have to use your ultimate skill to kill him. I will also use my surekill skill to assist you." Reynolds still hadn't recovered from the sudden turn of events. When he saw Leon and the other members of Azrael's hunting squad closing in on him, he clenched his teeth and grabbed Irene's hand. "Let's go." Having said that, he used all his strength to bring Irene away. Reynolds finally knew why he was so tired during the past few days of escape. Because he might have already been drained of all his energy by the bracelet. But what was going on? Why did he lose his power? Could it be that something happened to the world inside the bracelet? Reynolds didn't have time to think about it. Leon and the other members of the hunting squad had already caught up to them. Keek. Reynolds. Where do you think you're going? Leon's horrifying voice came from behind. Reynolds pulled Irene to a stop at a cliff in front of them. Is there no way out? Reynolds laughed bitterly. He turned around and looked at Leon's group. There's no way out. Reynolds. Lindy, what do we do? Irene asked. Reynolds frowned. He looked at Leon and the others who were closing in on them, and then at the cliff behind them. He smiled helplessly. Looks like we have to fight to the death. Reynolds gripped Irene's hand tightly. He looked at her affectionately. Irene seemed to understand Reynolds' meaning. She nodded slightly. Go. Kill these bastards. With Leon's order, 12 members of Azrael's hunting squad rushed towards Reynolds and Irene like maggots. Now's the time. Reno roared loudly and confirmed with Irene's gaze. Then, the two of them jumped down the cliff. What? Leon's eyes were so red that they were about to bleed. He never thought that the two of them would choose to jump off the cliff. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Chase them. They won't die." The other members of Azrael said, "Young Master Leon, we can't chase them anymore. We should go around to the other side of the mountain. That's the end of the cliff. Then what are we waiting for? Chase them." Standing at the edge of the cliff, Leon's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at the endless abyss. After a long time, he roared, "I swear, Reynolds, I will kill you with my own hands. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance." A low female voice came from behind Leon. Leon turned pale with fright and immediately turned his head. Phut. Leon felt a chill in his chest, followed by a burning pain that spread throughout his body. Leon screamed as he looked at the woman in front of him. She held a sharp dagger in her right hand and stabbed it into his chest. "Avina, I'll kill you." Leon wanted to condense the last bit of his dark force, but he was seriously injured and couldn't move at all. Letting you die like this is too easy for you." Avina quickly pulled out the dagger and kicked Leon's body. Peng, along with Leon's screams, Leon gradually disappeared into the abyss. Avina worriedly said to herself, "Reynolds, I hope you're safe, sigh." After saying that, she put on the hermit's cloak and disappeared into the night once again. The horn that signaled the arrival of the ship sounded. A large number of islands appeared on the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the countless islands, as if they were inlaid with gold. This was the atmosphere of the island country Akarlin. If they weren't forced to flee here and came here to play, this would be a very enjoyable trip. It wasn't Reynolds' first time out on the sea, but the ship this time was very strange. It didn't have any propellers, engines, or sails. It didn't have any of the basic things that ships on Earth had. More accurately, it wasn't a ship, but a strange creature called the sea worm. It was very large, like a small floating island. It had a hard shell like a turtle, but it was much flatter than a turtle shell. Walking on it was no different from walking on flat ground, so passengers couldn't feel that they were on the sea. Chapter 483. This kind of creature was not ferocious, it was even more docile than a cat and never got angry. It was also known as sea lizard. It was a convenient transportation tool on par with the lizards on land. The trade between land and sea developed frequently. The sea glutton played an important role. Other than the movement of the sea glutton, there were also dozens of small whale-sized sea beasts assisting it. Under the guidance of the beast tamer, they advanced towards their destination. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, their speed was even faster than the cruise ships on Earth. After spending only 8 days and 8 nights, they arrived at Akarlin, which was located at the center of the Dara Inland Sea. The ship gradually approached the shore. It was a small island in the east. It was also Akarlin's third-grade city, VR. Every island in the Dara Inland Sea was a city of Akarlin. Of course, the island country could not be compared to the vast land. The entire island country only had one supercity, which was also Akarlin's capital, the largest island in the country, Spartacus. There were not many other first-grade cities. Most of them were second- and third-grade cities. Reynolds looked at the beautiful place in front of him. His heart was filled with emotions. In the future, for a long period of time, or even forever, he could only stay here. Fortunately, the environment seemed to be pretty good. Outside, the flames of war were swirling, it was extremely chaotic, but Akalin was still so calm, it was not affected at all, it was like a pure paradise. The people were mostly talking about wine, money, and women, not magic beasts, jobs, advancement, and war. It was very similar to Earth. It seemed that Akalin, which was mainly used for trade, was a very casual city, very similar to Earth's style. A few days ago, Erin and he were chased by Leon, and the two of them jumped off the cliff. Fortunately, Erin's flying bird carried the two of them to a distant place, otherwise, they would have fallen to pieces. After that, Reynolds was extremely depressed, not only because he had to flee like a stray dog, the main reason was that his Levi's strength had disappeared. He had lost his Levi's strength. Losing his strength, how could he survive in this king's mainland where the strong were respected? Welcome to Akalin, I hope that everyone can have a good time here. Sighing, Reynolds stopped letting his imagination run wild and looked towards the source of the sound. This was the first time he saw the legendary mermaids. No, in the king's mainland, they should be called the fish clan of the marine people. They were no different from mermaids. They had human heads and fish bodies. Their appearances were generally good, and their figures were quite graceful. Their bare shoulders were round and smooth. Her two arms were like lotus roots, and her chest was also covered with the essentials of a woman. She didn't wear any outer clothing, and only had some lotus seed pendants as undergarments to cover half of her private parts. Her long wavy hair also played a role in covering her private parts. It actually looked extremely sexy, because Reynolds actually had a trace of impulse, which made him feel very evil. Right, how did these mermaids produce the next generation? Renaud walked around the group of mermaids who were receiving the guests with questions in his mind. He only found a long fishtail, but there was no mysterious garden. Reynolds was puzzled. Their cherry-like mouths were not as round as those of ordinary people, but their lips were plump and moist. Could it be that they started from there? Thinking of the inappropriate scene of mermaids swaying their soft tails to serve people, Reynolds could not help but laugh. Little Lynn, your current appearance is so disgusting. Seeing this, Erin at the side quickly took a few steps away from Reynolds, causing Reynolds to touch his forehead awkwardly. At this time, he still had the mood to let his imagination run wild. Reynolds shook his head and followed. The only plan now was to take one step at a time and leave the future to fate. Perhaps because they often lived in the water, the mermaid girl's face was especially tender and smooth, with a hint of red in her white skin. They had one thing in common, which was that their hair and tails were the same color. It was probably due to their genes. Maybe it was because the mermaids were born shy, or maybe it was because they were embarrassed by Reynolds's stare, but the mermaid girl's face was bright red, and she slightly lowered her head. That shy and coquettish appearance seemed to increase the secretion of male hormones by a few %. These mermaids were the city's tour guides. If there was a need, they would take the passengers who had just disembarked from the ship and tour the city. They would go sightseeing, find a cheap place to stay, and indulge in the famous delicacies of the Sea Kingdom. They could also do business in the market or try their luck at the auction. They were familiar with every corner of the city and could provide good advice on any matter of life, entertainment, or business for reference. In terms of price, they were pitifully cheap, only 1 silver coin per day. This kind of treatment was equivalent to that of a plantation warlock or herdsman in a land country, or even lower. It was very meager, and with the small amount of allowance from the guild every month, it was only enough for basic daily life. In order to enjoy a good life in the king's realm, strength was needed no matter where, even the rich sea country was no exception. Because Akalin was a sea country, its food was mainly seafood, not agricultural crops. The scarce land was especially precious, and it was mostly used for building houses or business. If it was used for planting, it would be too wasteful. The sea resources were endless, so there was no need to neglect the essentials. Since it was his first time in a foreign land, he naturally had to understand it. Looking at the group of pitiful mermaids, with their shy and eager eyes, Reynolds didn't know which one to choose. In the end, he took a fancy to a mermaid girl with blue hair and a blue tail. She looked particularly shy, with her head hanging down to her chest, and the little white rabbit in her wavy hair was very plump. However, her childish face and particularly shy expression clearly showed that she was at most a young girl who had just come of age. She was not even an adult yet, just a little precocious. After all, the king's realm was not a paradise. Reynolds sympathized with these humans who were struggling on the line of food and clothing. In the legends, mermaids were creatures that needed to be pitied. However, in the king's realm, they had no choice but to use their fragile little fish tails to lead the guests who had just arrived on the island to struggle for survival. Many mermaids had a thick layer of calluses on their tails, which was a souvenir left behind from their hard work. Judging from the way they received the guests, it was clear that they were newbies. With such a passive attitude, how could they attract business? Reynolds secretly sighed, pointed at her and said, "You're the only one." Of course, other than sympathy, Reynolds couldn't deny another reason. This mermaid was more beautiful and had more temperament than the others. Perhaps it was because she had just started working, and the beautiful dream of a young girl had not been torn apart by the pressure of life. The other mermaids were disappointed when they heard this, but they still politely saluted. Then they went to look for other guests. Chapter 484. The blue-haired mermaid's face was full of surprise and disbelief. She didn't expect that she would be so lucky as to be selected on her first tour guide job. Many people waited for a day and still couldn't receive a single guest. She nodded hurriedly and said, "Thank you, sir." Her sweet voice was very pleasant, like a wind chime. "What's your name?" "Helena, sir." "Oh, okay. Helena, are you familiar with Valila?" As she had just joined the job, Reynolds had to ask clearly. Of course, even if she wasn't familiar with him, Reynolds wouldn't fire her immediately out of sympathy. At most, he would hire another tour guide. After all, it wouldn't cost much to hire 2 tour guides together. Helena became nervous and said, "Yes, very familiar. I have more than 100 years of working experience." Reynolds smiled and said, "Miss Helena, if I'm not wrong, you have only worked for less than a month, right?" Helena was very frightened because lying to a guest was a very bad behavior. If she was reported to the guild, she might even lose her job. Therefore, Helena was so frightened that she almost cried. "Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you, but I really have my difficulties. Please believe me. I have been preparing for this job since I was 3 years old. I have been running around the city all day. Helena can guarantee that I am much more familiar with Valila than most of my companions. Every year, the scales on the mermaid's tail would automatically fall off and grow new scales until she reached adulthood. Therefore, Helena's tail was still very tender." Reynolds was just joking. He didn't expect her to be so nervous. He said embarrassedly, "Helena, I was just joking. Don't be afraid, he." Helena heaved a huge sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She was still worried, so she said a few more words of apology. Reynolds smiled and said, "Okay, let's go." Helena nodded and said, "Sir, where do you want to go? Do you want to eat first, find a place to stay, or go to the trade market or something else?" Reynolds thought for a moment and said, "Let's walk around first." After being chased for so many days, Reynolds was very depressed. He just wanted to relax. The scenery of the cities on land and sea was indeed very different. The materials of the houses were all different colors of coral reefs or solidified secretions of other marine creatures. It was very regular, but compared to the Davir Empire's rigid square, round, and flat buildings, it was a world of difference. However, marine creatures were natural artists. With their microscopic beauty, they looked very exquisite. According to Helena's explanation, the structure of these houses was very peculiar. The architects manipulated creatures that resembled coral polyps to secrete liquid onto a fixed frame, layer by layer. Once the liquid solidified, the house would be completed. Of course, the speed at which these creatures secreted solidified compounds was many times faster than the coral polyps. In about 4 to 5 days, an ordinary small building could be completed. The transportation of the sea nation was also full of marine characteristics. There were only some sea leeches, magic rain, and other sea beasts that could go ashore or go into the sea. Because the VR River was complicated, they would pass through the waterways from time to time. Reynolds hired a magic octopus that looked similar to an octopus on Earth, but who knows how many times bigger. It also had 10 legs and slowly sightseeing. Along the way, he saw all kinds of strange marine people. Crab people that walked sideways, carp people with fish heads and human bodies, shark man with sharp teeth, barbarians that spit out sticky foam to block the enemy's movements, funny turtle people with shells on their backs, and two-headed merman and motherfish people. Majestic. Humans, a one-eyed behemoth. Reynolds felt like he had arrived at the Sea Dragon Palace in Journey to the West. He was overwhelmed for a moment. The proportion of Akalin's original residents wasn't that high. Because they mainly did business, merchants from other countries made up the majority. There were all kinds of races. After the initial novelty subsided, Reynolds thought of something and said, "Oh, right, Helena, please take me to the nearest bank immediately." The two of them didn't have much gold coins on them. After buying the tickets and spending 8 days on the ship, they were almost empty. They had to withdraw some money. When Reynolds took out his magic card and swiped it on the machine that automatically extracted gold coins, a clear voice sounded, "Sorry, your magic card has been frozen." Reynolds was stunned, and Irene behind him also opened her eyes wide. Reynolds swiped the card again, unwilling to give up. Unfortunately, it was still the same clear and melodious sentence. "Sorry, your magic card has been frozen." Reynolds said anxiously, "Fuck your grandpa is the one that's frozen." Although he knew that the other side was just a lifeless machine, the depressed Reynolds couldn't help but curse to vent. Irene behind him sighed and didn't care. She helplessly said, "Little Lynn, I think the Empire Guild revoked your citizenship and the right to use your magic card." Reynolds was dejected. Of course, he knew who did it. It was so simple that even an idiot could figure it out. Now that he was a traitor and spy, how could the Empire still allow him to enjoy special privileges? Reynolds was heartbroken. The crystal coins, gold coins, and the coins that Jiao Chan and Athena had given him over the past few months were all gone in an instant. Those were all money, shiny, loud, and lovelier than anything else. Reynolds felt as if his world had collapsed by half. Irene thought for a moment and said, "Little Lynn, try my card." Reynolds's spirit was lifted. He said, "Yes, yes, yes, let's try." Under everyone's expectant gaze, the machine still said the same words. Reynolds was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He wanted to blow it up immediately. Then he remembered that he had lost his spiritual power, and he couldn't vent his anger. But in the end, he suppressed the violent impulse to destroy, or he wouldn't be able to pay for it. The Empire must have realized that Erin was with him and froze her card as well. He sighed and said, "Ari, let's take out the money we have and see how much we have left. Then we'll decide what to do." So the two of them took out the items in their storage space one by one. After calculating, they came up with a number: 3 gold coins, 2 silver coins, and 5 copper coins. Reynolds frowned. This amount of money was too pitiful. Akalin's expenses were generally high, so this amount of money would be gone in a few days in the city. Just tonight, the two of them had spent a lot of money on accommodation and food. They thought that they could enjoy themselves in Akalin, but it seemed like their dreams were as fragile as soap bubbles. Reynolds was stunned. Irene behind him also opened her eyes wide. Chapter 485. Reynolds was unwilling to give up and swiped it again. Unfortunately, it was still the same clear and melodious sentence: "Sorry, your magic card has been frozen." Reynolds was anxious and cursed, "Fuck your grandpa is the one who's frozen." Although he knew that the other side was just a lifeless instrument, the depressed Reynolds couldn't help but curse to vent his anger. Erin sighed behind him and didn't mind. She helplessly said, "Little Lynn, I think the Empire's Guild revoked your citizenship and the right to use your magic card." Reynolds was very dejected. Of course, he knew who did it. It was so simple that even an idiot would be able to figure it out. Now that he was already a traitor and spy, How could the Empire still let him enjoy his privileges? Reynolds was heartbroken. The crystal coins, gold coins, and the coins that Jiao Chan and Athena had given him over the past few months were all gone in an instant. Those were all money, shiny, loud, and lovelier than anything else. Reynolds felt like his world had collapsed by half. Erin thought for a bit and said, "Little Lin, try my card." Reynolds's spirit was shaken as he said, "Yes, yes, let's try it." Under everyone's expectant gaze, the instrument still spat out the same sentence. Reynolds was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood. He wanted to immediately blow it up with the storm kill. Thinking about how he had lost his spiritual energy, he couldn't let out a breath of anger. But in the end, he suppressed his violent impulse, otherwise he wouldn't be able to pay for it. The Empire must have realized that Erin was with him and froze her card as well. He sighed and said, "Ari, let's take out the money we have and see how much we have left. Then we'll make a plan." So the two of them took out the items in their storage space one by one. After calculating, they came up with a number: 3 gold coins, 2 silver coins, and 5 copper coins. Reynolds frowned. This amount of money was too pitiful. Akalin's expenses were generally high, so this amount of money would be gone in a few days in the city. Just tonight, the two of them had spent a lot of money on accommodation and food. They originally thought that they could enjoy themselves in Akalin, but it seemed like good wishes were as easy to burst as soap bubbles. Erin, on the other hand, didn't panic. Instead, she looked at Reynolds with confidence. "Lindsay, what should we do next?" Reynolds looked at Erin strangely and smiled bitterly. "Linger, why are you looking at me with such confidence?" I don't care. Anyway, I believe that little Lin will have a way." Tilda Reynolds's heart was touched, and he fell into deep thought. Erin then said, "Little Lin, I seem to have heard from the ship that other than doing business, the new foreigners can't do anything else in Akalin. Due to the fact that this was an extraordinary period of chaos on the continent. In order to prevent spies from other countries that were eyeing them covetously, the Akalin Guild had issued this new decree in order to divide and annex them. In other words, if a foreigner wanted to live in Japan, he or she had to either have enough money or become a businessman." 2 minutes later, his furrowed brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha, alright, then let's do business. It's no big deal." Erin asked curiously, "Lindsay, do you have any experience in business? Also, even if you do, we don't have enough money." Reynolds gave a strange smile and then spat out 4 words, "Rare goods worth hoarding." "Rare goods worth hoarding," Reynolds explained, "it means that the rarer something is, the more valuable it is." Erin suddenly understood, but then she said, "Do we have anything rare and valuable on hand?" Reynolds blinked, "Not now, but we'll have it soon. You'll know in 2 days. Just leave it to me. My Linger will be able to eat and drink well in a few days. She'll be able to live a good life." Hearing Reynolds almost reveal his true nature, Erin rolled her eyes at him. But at least he was able to set his mind at ease. Because Erin always had an inexplicable confidence in Reynolds. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Reynolds muttered to himself, "But before that, we have to save as much money as possible." He brought Erin back to Helena, who was waiting by the roadside. "Miss Helena, although it's a little presumptuous, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree." Helena was stunned, and then her white and tender little face blushed. She had heard from her companions that a small number of people would ask the beautiful merfolk guides to accompany them in bed. If they agreed, they would receive a small sum of money, which was much higher than the day's work. Her companions all felt that the beautiful and outstanding Helena had this condition, and also advised her to agree if she encountered such a good thing. After all, there weren't many opportunities. Most people looked down on merfolk, the lowest class of merfolk. If they had sex with merfolk, it would be degrading their own status. Therefore, those who occasionally made such a request were mostly sailors and fishermen who were also at the bottom of society. These people worked at sea all year round, and the risk was higher. They received relatively more new income, and their lives were in danger at any time, so they were not stingy with their money. Very few would save money. Basically, they spent as much as they had. It was better to use gold coins to enjoy pleasure a few times than to sink to the bottom of the sea with them one day. Helena didn't expect that she would be lucky on her first day of work. Her heart was beating wildly. Looking at the young man in front of her, his clothes were not bad, and he was accompanied by a beautiful and elegant beauty. He also had a magic card that only people of the upper class could have. He didn't look like someone with a low status. Why would he take a fancy to her? Although she didn't feel that he was annoying, and he was still a relatively amiable person. But Helena still felt that it was too presumptuous, and she didn't want to earn money with her body. Many of her companions said that they had the same mentality as Helena, but they gradually got used to it, or it should be said that they slowly surrendered. But Helena still insisted on her own principles. At least before she became a woman like her companions, she could continue to be a pure and hopeful young girl. "Sir, what are you talking about?" Helena lowered her head and asked softly. Once the other party made that request, she would immediately reject it. If the other party really pestered her, then what could she do? Helena's thoughts were running wild, and she looked at Reynolds in front of her. Reynolds scratched his head embarrassedly and said, My magic card can't be used in this world due to some special reasons. We don't have much money left, and we don't have any friends in Akalin. I'm afraid we can't afford to stay at an inn. Can we stay at your place for a night?" Chapter 486. Helena was a little surprised. Reynolds didn't look like he was joking, and he wouldn't go to such a shabby Murloc's house even if he wanted her to accompany him overnight. Could this be the unreasonable request he was talking about? It turned out that she had misunderstood and thought of the wrong thing. Helena's face flushed as she thought of this. Reynolds saw that Helena was still in a daze and didn't reply. He thought she was hesitating, so he quickly added, "Miss Helena, I can assure you that we are not bad people. Also, I can pay you 2 silver coins a day as accommodation expenses. After a few days, when the problem with my magic card is solved, there will be another great reward." Of course, Reynolds knew that his magic card couldn't be used for the rest of his life. The reason why he said this was because he was confident that he could earn money in a few days. Helena was a little flattered. "Sir, you are too kind. It is Helena's honor to be able to be a guest at my humble house. It's just that my house is too shabby and small, so I'm afraid it will be hard for you." Seeing that Helena had agreed, Reynolds quickly made the final decision. "It's not hard at all. It's settled then, ha ha ha." Helena's house was beside a small river in the slums of the eastern suburbs. It was very far from the city. Helena had to walk 2 hours to get to the dock where she had the highest chance of being hired. Even riding a magic beast was a luxury. Therefore, she had to wake up early in the morning because many ships arrived at breakfast. The chances of getting business would be greatly reduced if she couldn't find a single customer for a whole province. She could only starve because the remaining savings at home could only last for so long. The houses on the riverside were closely connected to each other. They were made of the crudest rocks, and were piled together. The places that were not tight were covered with some sea beast hides to prevent wind and rain from hitting them. It could not even be considered to be up to standard, let alone beautiful. The people living here were all Murloc women. When they saw that Helena brought 2 strangers from other races back, they were all very surprised and ran out to see what was going on. However, they didn't dare to strike up a conversation. They just stood at a distance and pointed, envious of her good luck. As an outsider, Reynolds didn't feel anything, but Helena lowered her head and hurried forward. Fortunately, night had fallen and there weren't many streetlights in the slums. Otherwise, she would be embarrassed to death. Helena heaved a huge sigh of relief after opening the door with the key. Reynolds examined the supplies carefully. It was indeed as Helena had described. It was cold and empty. There were only a few wooden stools, a table, and some daily necessities in the hall. However, Helena used all kinds of conches and shells to form a string of decorations, making the entire house look a lot more elegant. Seeing Reynolds's gaze sweep across the living room, Helena embarrassedly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Reynolds. My house is really too shabby." On the way back, Reynolds had already told her the names of the few people on his side. There wasn't even a light elemental mirror image. Then where would the most basic spiritual entertainment that mankind needed come from? Looks like the polarization in Akalin is really severe. The living standards of the fishmen are much worse than the lowest class people in Great Tang. However, Reynolds didn't mind. Besides, there was a small river behind the house. A refreshing breeze with water vapor entered through the stone window, and it was quite comfortable. Irene didn't mind at all. When she was unemployed, her experience was much worse. Reynolds smiled nonchalantly. It's all right. However, Miss Helena, you are really a clever person. Irene also agreed. Yes, these things are all so beautiful, Helena. Seeing Helena's restrained manner, as if she was the host and she was the guest, she felt embarrassed. Helena only knew that she was referring to those shell decorations. Seeing that he didn't mind, the worry that she would be looked down upon was lifted. She said happily in her heart, "Thank you for your compliments." After inviting Reynolds and Irene to sit down, Helena poured a cup of tea for both of them. After taking a sip, although it wasn't some good tea, it was still fragrant and pleasant with the taste of the sea. Reynolds said to the busy mermaid, "Oh right, Miss Helena. Where's your mother?" Because there were no males in the fishmen race, they would give birth to the next generation after reaching physiological maturity. Therefore, Reynolds didn't ask for his father's side. Helena's back trembled. Then, she stopped and said, "My mother passed away a few days ago. Therefore, I have to take office in advance before I reach adulthood." Reynolds said sadly, "I'm sorry, Miss Helena." Moreover, he didn't expect Helena to really be underage. It was probably because her body was developed well that she didn't have anyone to protect her at such a young age. Reynolds sighed to himself that she had to bear such a heavy burden. Helena forced a smile and said, "It's all right. People have to face things first, don't they? Moreover, my mother told me before she died that I must live well. Life is precious." Reynolds had a better impression of her. This pitiful little mermaid was still a very optimistic and open-minded girl who was gradually maturing. As for her mother, although her status was low, she was definitely a respectable person. Irene seemed to have also thought of her miserable life in the king's realm for a few months. For a moment, her sympathy rose. Unfortunately, she couldn't help now. However, she secretly planned in her heart that if Reynolds could earn enough money, she would ask him to help Helena no matter what. Leander, the president of the auction guild in Ferreira City, was particularly annoyed today because something had happened last night. To be exact, it had been disharmonious for the past few years. Due to having too many concubines, his function in that area had been greatly reduced when he was in his 40s. In the end, it had reached the point where he could no longer be normal. What was worse was that half a year ago, when his gossipy concubine was chatting with the ladies of other officials and nobles in the city, she accidentally let it slip. As a result, it spread from one person to 10 to 100, and it didn't take long for the whole city to know. In fact, he wasn't the only one who had that kind of disorder. On the contrary, there were many people who had that kind of disorder. Which person in the upper class of society didn't have good conditions? Many people like him, who had no self-control, would have the same problem. If you used your brain a little bit, you would know. If you could get a beautiful woman at your fingertips, how many men would not go crazy over her? However, those people who were similar to Leander all hid their secrets very well. Now that there was an unlucky guy, everyone naturally tried to make fun of him to show that they were normal, and to make up for their inferiority complex with this kind of pleasure. The inferior mentality of human beings made Leander unfortunately become the laughingstock of the city people. Fortunately, after the initial embarrassment, Leander gradually got used to it. Chapter 487. When he couldn't do it anymore, Leandre felt that his world had already collapsed by half. Thinking that he would never be able to do it again, his world had already completely collapsed. When Leandre walked out of his house with the mentality of the end of the world, he immediately saw a person. The person he saw wasn't very good, but the problem was that this person said frivolously, "Mr. Leandre, I heard that, that, You have some problems that are hard to talk about, right? These words were simply adding fuel to the fire. Leander was furious. Just when he was considering whether he should directly beat the stinky face in front of him into a rotten persimmon or throw him into the sea to feed the canine teeth sharks, the owner of the stinky face took out a small bottle as if nothing had happened and put it in front of him with a smile. Mr. Leander, I think this bottle of Optimus Prime should be able to provide you with some help. Leandre temporarily suppressed the idea of tearing him into 18 pieces and coldly said, "What did you say? What Optimus Prime?" Reynolds looked like another person at this moment. Optimus Prime. Leandre frowned and said, "What does this medicine do and what does it have to do with me?" Reynolds said in a low voice, "Mr. Leandre, this has a lot to do with you. Its effect is just like its name, it can restore a man's masculinity and make him invincible, Optimus Prime. It can make your woman love and fear you, hey." After he said this, he gave a strange smile, revealing the face of a kindred spirit. Optimus Prime, what an awesome and exaggerated name. It was undoubtedly a man's greatest achievement to make a woman love and fear him. Leander also had such an achievement, but when he was young, with years of excessive indulgence, the capital that he could take out to be proud of was no longer there. At this time, when he heard it again, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. He had eaten a lot of interesting supplements, but this was the first time he had heard of a pill with this kind of effect. Leandre coldly said, "Don't try to use this kind of inferior method to cheat me of my money, otherwise the sea will be your grave." Reynolds laughed and said, "Mr. Leandre's name has spread through the entire Acarlin. Some people even dare to eat the sea whale urchin. Don't tell me that Mr. Leandre doesn't have confidence in his own prestige." This flattery was just right. Leander seemed to have eaten a ginseng fruit, and all the pores on his body opened. His face was a little better, but he was still skeptical. "Is what you said true? How come I've never heard of such a good thing?" Reynolds patted his chest and said, "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't dare to recommend it to you, Mr. Leander. Because it was a secret ancestral recipe. It had never been leaked. If it wasn't for the fact that my family's fortunes declined during the war and we ended up in Acarlin, I wouldn't have taken it out to make a living." Sigh. He even let out a long sigh. Seeing that Leandre was still hesitating, Reynolds reassured him, "Mr. Leandre, this bottle of Optimus Prime is a free gift from me. I won't charge you a single copper coin." Leandre heard this and his heart settled. He wasn't stingy with the money. If he could use the money to cure his hidden illness and regain his happy life, he would be willing to spend it. However, he had heard of all the supplements that could strengthen a man's ability over the years, but they didn't have much effect. Leandre had gradually lost his confidence. Now he was happy because the other side didn't charge him any money. That meant he had absolute confidence. If it was a swindler, he would take the opportunity to ask for the money and then immediately slip away. Maybe this Optimus Prime would really be effective. Leandre's heart flashed with a long-lost excitement, but he quickly calmed down. "Say it. What do you want?" He was an old fox. The other side wouldn't send him charcoal in the snow for no reason, so there must be some ulterior motive. Leandre still had to calculate the pros and cons before making a decision. Reynolds smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just want Mr. Leandre to allow Optimus Prime to become a commodity in the auction. Because the things in the auction needed a certain value to have the qualification to appear in the auction site, the auction house wouldn't accept a commission for an unknown new drug like Reynolds." Leandre was embarrassed. You also know the rules of the auction house. This Optimus Prime of yours, I seem to have never heard of it." Reynolds smiled and said, "This is why I came to Mr. Leandre. If it's effective after you personally test it. Is this kind of medicine not qualified to be auctioned? There should be a lot of aristocrats in the city who lack the ability to carry on the business. The popularity of this medicine can be imagined. Mr. Leandre, you can try it first. If it really doesn't have any effect, I won't force it. Is that okay?" Leandre no longer had any concerns. Okay. If it was really effective, it would be able to solve the most painful problem of men for so many high-ranking officials with powerful forces. It would be more useful than any rare treasure auction. As the person who handled it, he would also feel proud and have a good relationship with them. Where could he find such a good thing? Reynolds walked alone on the streets of Acarlin at night. His face was gloomy and he didn't say a word. He didn't expect that one day, he would sell strange medicine to make money. As for where this so-called Optimus Prime came from, Reynolds didn't plan to tell anyone. Last time before the battle with Leon, he went to Randolph's office. There, Reynolds asked him about many skills and items. This Optimus Prime was one of them. There were 50 small pills in a bottle. This time, he gave Leandre one of them for free. Although Randolph told him about the miraculous effects of this medicine, his face was full of pride. But Reynolds couldn't help but laugh. When he thought that the serious and proper Dean Randolph had this kind of thing, it was really unexpected. Speaking of which, the recent experience was like a dream. Reynolds definitely didn't expect that he would fall to this point. However, staying in Chang'an Academy for a long time wasn't a long-term plan. After all, he couldn't stay in this world forever. He had to find a way to go back to Earth. However, the most important thing now was to survive with Irene. Only by surviving could the future have infinite possibilities. If you can't survive, then there's no need to say anything else. Things are simple. Everyone, please stay at home, don't go out, eat whatever you want, wash your hands frequently, and take the necessary protective measures when you go out. I can only say so much. The rest is up to you. Chapter 488. As soon as night fell, more than a dozen beauties of different races gathered in the bedroom in the backyard of the auction house. In the middle of the room was a huge bed. Leander was indeed very playful, but that was only in the past. Since he had a physical problem, such a grand occasion was no longer possible. Every night, he just used some special tools. But what they found strange was why Leander called them together again tonight, and it was still early before the rest time. All in all, after a series of surprises and shocks, they were all shocked. Leander cried out happily and cooperated with a series of movements. How long has it been since he enjoyed such treatment? On the other side, Reynolds returned to Helena's home depressed. He found that the two were teasing a sea cat raised by Helena. "Little Lynn, you're back. How was your first business? Did you get any gains?" Hearing Reynolds's footsteps, Irene held the sea cat and greeted him with a smile. Reynolds said confidently, "Linger, don't worry, there will definitely be gains." After that, he reached out and touched the cute and exquisite little head of the white sea cat, which made the sea cat very happy. It stuck out its tongue and licked Reynolds's fingers. Early the next morning, Reynolds came to the president's house at the appointed time. At this moment, Leander had already regarded him as a savior sent by God. He politely invited him into the VIP room and ordered the servants to serve the best fragrant tea. "Mr. Reynolds, let's talk slowly." After the guests and the host were in place, Reynolds looked Leander up and down. He pretended to be surprised. "Mr. Leander, I don't know if it's my illusion, but you seem to be 10 years younger today." Leander said happily, "Really, my wives and concubines also think so." Reynolds smiled and said, "Look at Mr. Leander, you seemed to be very brave last night." Leander was very proud. "Mr. Reynolds, your medicine is really a peerless product. It has the effect of bringing the dead back to life." He lowered his voice and said, "My more than a dozen women are still lying in bed and can't get up." "Optimus Prime. You really are Optimus Prime." After saying that, he chuckled, and Reynolds immediately chimed in. The two masters laughed in an extremely perverted manner. They had a tacit understanding with each other, which frightened the maidservants who came in to serve tea. She only thought that they were discussing some perverted plan. Last night, the painful and joyful cries in the rear courtyard made all the maidservants in the residence tremble with fear. Moreover, none of the madams had gotten out of bed until now. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Could it be that the master was in a bad mood and chopped them all up to make human meat roast pork buns? Thinking of this, the maidservant's legs went soft. After taking a sip of tea, Reynolds said, "Then about the auction." Leander answered very simply, "No problem. It just so happens that we will be holding a large auction in 2 days. I will personally recommend it then." Mr. Reynolds, you can rest assured about this matter. Although Reynolds had dared to say that his success rate was above 99%, he was still overjoyed when he heard Leandre's personal promise. He reached out his hand and said, "Mr. Leandre, I look forward to working with you." Leander also reached out his hand. "Haha, yes, happy cooperation." Then he took out something from his bosom. This is an unopened unlimited gold card. There are 2,000 gold coins in it. Mr. Reynolds, this is just a small token of my gratitude. The unlimited gold card was an ATM card that could be used by anyone except for the person who applied it. The person who applied for it only needed to use blood to open it, and it would become his. Of course, if one did not apply for it with their own professional badge, there would be a lot less special treatment, such as entering a high-end restaurant to enjoy better service and so on. This kind of special gold card was not widely used in Zaro, where trade was prevalent. It was mostly used for payment, bribery, and gifts. Reynolds knew that Leander must have a request. Sure enough, the next moment he said embarrassedly, "By the way, can Mr. Reynolds sell me a few Optimus Prime every month? As for the price, I won't let you down." Although Reynolds had not personally used this drug, he was still a little surprised when he saw that it was so effective. According to Randolph, this drug could last for 10 hours, which was about half a day. Leander's reaction was obviously because he had seen the power of this drug. Reynolds did not refuse. He took the gold card and laughed. No problem. He was in need of this money now, and had been depressed for many days. Leander was moved to tears. Thank you, thank you." Reynolds held the 2 gold coins and kept tapping them. He closed his eyes and listened to the crisp sound. The sound of gold coins is always so beautiful. It will never be boring. He let out a long sigh. Both Irene and Helena were dumbfounded. There was a huge pile of shiny gold coins on the table, and there were at least hundreds of them. This was the money that Renaud had taken out with the gold card that Leander had given him. There were 400 of them, which completely occupied Helena's small table and piled up to the brim. He casually grabbed 2 large handfuls of gold coins, which were at least 60 to 70, and stuffed them into the mermaid's arms. "Helena, use them as pocket money. Buy some clothes or something, ha ha ha." Was there anything happier than going from a poor person to a nouveau riche? After becoming a nouveau riche, he could use the money to help those who had helped him before, especially beautiful women. Helena was so shocked that she almost fell to the ground. Such a large sum of money, and it was only pocket money. She stammered, "Mr. Reynolds, this is too much. Helena can't accept it." Reynolds took out 5 things that looked like tickets and waved them around. "It doesn't matter. Spend as much as you can. Money can be spent however you want. 2 days later, we will have even more money. Unimaginable money. Let us see how much money we have with our own eyes." Ha ha. The auction hall was bustling with activity and was very lively. This was already a very attractive event, and with the prosperous Akarlin, the excitement of the auction was pushed to a peak that normal countries didn't have. If the opportunity was good, one could use money to buy treasures that were hard to find even with thousands of gold coins. Or, one could broaden one's knowledge and learn more about the strange things in the world. The auction house could be said to be a small miniature of the special products of every country. No matter what, it was something that humans were interested in, especially the rich. Just the entrance ticket to a large-scale auction could be sold for 10 gold coins, but there was no doubt that the demand for the tickets would definitely exceed the supply. Those who could come to the auction were either the owners of the auction items or extremely rich people. Basically, they were all people who had so much gold coins that they could drown people. Chapter 489. Who would care about those 10 gold coins? The entrance fee could only be said to be a token. What they were worried about was not being able to buy a ticket. Due to the large number of cargo ships docked here, Vilela's auction was especially popular. The auction house had been expanded several times, but it was still overcrowded every time. Akarlin was a neutral country, so no other country would openly send people to stir up trouble in its territory to arrest criminals. Also, other than Sher-An and Kent, who provided the map, No one knew that he was in this island country on the Dara Sea. However, just in case, Reynolds still planned to conceal his identity and change his appearance. The few of them had already changed their appearance on the first day they arrived at Helena's house. Reynolds' hair had been in the King's mainland for a long time, so he simply imitated the martial artist's attire in the martial arts TV series on Earth, tying his hair behind his head like a ponytail, while a few tufts of hair hung down on his forehead and temples, half covering his eyes. After applying some black medicine that was difficult to wash off with water, his originally light yellow skin became much darker. If it wasn't for the special attention, even acquaintances would have a hard time recognizing him. After changing his appearance, Reynolds actually became majestic and had a bit of coolness, which was very different from his previous threatening appearance. Under the influence of the atmosphere at the scene, Irene and Reynolds were waiting for the auction to begin with excitement. Reynolds and the others sat in an inconspicuous corner of the venue. Although Leander, as the president, had made an exception to get 3 tickets for Reynolds out of gratitude, they could only sit in the worst seats. If it was only Reynolds alone, Leander could even get a good VIP seat ticket, but now that they were so generous, the situation was different. He could only let everyone feel wronged. Helena was especially nervous and excited. She had never thought that she would actually be able to sit in an auction where only the rich were qualified to attend. She had also changed her appearance, but it was just her clothes. She wore a blue, high-waisted, pleated skirt that completely covered her fishtail. Otherwise, it would be very strange for a low-level fishman to appear in this kind of place. She looked very cute in her long skirt. The mermaid's figure was originally slender, but after wearing the long skirt, her temperament was even better. Reynolds dared to guarantee that if it was on Earth, mermaids would definitely be the most popular dancers. Their waists naturally swayed, as if they were dancing gracefully. Their pleated skirt also fluttered along with it, making them look very graceful. On Earth, they were regarded as the symbol of beauty, creatures that could only appear in fairy tales. It was hard to believe that in the King's mainland, they were actually so low and inferior. Could it be that the people of this world were all blind, unable to see the existence of beauty? Perhaps, in the eyes of the people of this continent, the definition of beauty was only strength. Helena's fishtail under her skirt was also covered with a layer of milky white stockings, which was used by mermaids to prevent their weak fishtail from being damaged by the hard ground. It was called condensed jade tail, a special product of Dara Neic. It was a high-grade garment made from the silk of a type of condensed jade silkworm. In addition to its noble and generous appearance, it had many other advantages. First, it was extremely wear-resistant and had good protection. After wearing it, even if one stood barefoot on a sharp rock, they would not feel any pain, and the condensed jade silk would not be scratched. Second, it was breathable and waterproof. Third, it was very elastic and soft like cotton, avoiding pain on the skin. Fourth, it was not easy to get dirty, and did not stick to water, dirt, and sand. Therefore, it was very popular among the noble ladies and young ladies who loved to maintain their skin. As the condensed jade silkworm only parasitized the surface of the ferocious houndtooth shark, to obtain it, one had to first capture the houndtooth shark. Moreover, the amount of silk that a condensed jade silkworm could produce in its lifetime was not too much. Therefore, the price of socks and gloves made from its silk was extremely high. The set that Helena was wearing cost more than 500 gold coins. In the past, she could only be envious. She did not expect to meet a benefactor. That day, when Reynolds accompanied the girls to buy clothes on the street, he noticed Helena's longing gaze. The next day, he immediately sent a condensed jade silkworm and a hue-tail to Helena. Helena, who was pleasantly surprised and terrified, declined for a long time before finally accepting it. This hue-tail that was specially made for mermaids could not be returned. Who else would buy such an expensive item for a lowly mermaid? As expected, the hue-tail did not hurt anymore. Walking, which she had been afraid of before, had become a pleasure. Helena was so happy that she felt a little giddy. Looking at this super generous Mr. Reynolds beside her, who did not seem to know what money was, Helena was so grateful that she could not speak. Of course, Reynolds did not mind. He would never be stingy with money to those who had helped him. Moreover, he would soon have a large sum of money, and there would be more in the future. The auction soon began, and the noisy crowd quieted down. The host was a man from the Phantom Sound tribe. People of this tribe were the most suitable to make announcements. Their magical voices could make the auction items more attractive, and the bidders could also raise the price. The two elf beauties followed his explanation and showed the appearance and function of the items to the guests. The extreme leather whip, made from the skin of the whale rhinoceros from the dead water region of the Sea West. It is extremely tough, and even if it collides with a sharp cold iron sword, it will not be cut. The damage caused is minimal. It is an excellent weapon for a whip-type warrior. After the host introduced the item in detail, he said, "Okay, the auction begins. The starting price is 1,000 gold coins." The auction was clearly divided into two types, an open auction and a secret auction. Both the buyer and seller could use the buttons to make their bids. In this way, no one would know the original owner of the treasure, or who the treasure ended up in. The people of the king's mainland knew this principle. Conflicts could also be avoided. Otherwise, when two parties took a fancy to the same item at the same time, the rich party might not dare to bid a high price due to the other party's strength and fear of retaliation. Most of the people still chose the method of an open auction. Therefore, the host announced the latest price loudly. 1,500 gold coins, 1,800 gold coins, 2,000 gold coins. There were not many people who were interested in this item. After a few bids, it was finally sold for 2,700 gold coins. With such a high price, Irene secretly stuck her tongue out, and Helena was even more shocked. But compared to the big rich guy, this was just a small matter. Flashing helmet, a helmet made with 5% of the famous flashing stone. It will emit a strong light at random, and can affect the enemy's vision at any time during battle. The situation can be reversed in an instant. The starting price is 2,500 gold coins. The item this time was a little interesting. It was finally sold for 6,000 gold coins. Leia Cat-Eye Lady's evening dress, the famous Akalin master tailor, Arsai Luo, took half a month to complete. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the design is elegant. Chapter 490. Dual-flavored bearing tree seedling, a special species produced in the South Atlantic Islands. It can produce two fruit trees with different shapes and tastes on the same plant. As we all know, the seed survival rate of this tree is pitifully low. Pidum crystal core, inlaid on a magic wand, can increase the casting speed of skills by about 3%. Budo spice, Jaffe tracking bee. Reynolds turned his head and immediately saw a beautiful woman in green about 13 or 14 years old. Her appearance was no different from a human, but there were two forked blue horns on her head. Her appearance was quite gorgeous, with a fine nose, cherry lips, shapely eyebrows, a tall figure, slender legs, and a slender waist that made people worry about whether it would break at any time. The only flaw was probably that her chest was too small. The shortcomings of this woman's appearance and figure were not good, but the shortcomings of her character were more arrogant. She crossed her arms and leaned back on the chair behind her, with one leg crossed on her knees. She did not have the demeanor of a lady, and her expression was arrogant and contemptuous. The only thing missing was the word "delicate girl" carved on her face. She must be a spoiled young lady who came to the auction house alone. Reynolds was very suspicious that the reason why she was so infertile and became an airport runway might be the result of such a long time of crossing her chest. Seeing Reynolds's bright eyes, the woman glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes and snorted heavily. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Be careful, or I'll dig your eyeballs out. I've seen, but I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you." Reynolds was stunned for a moment, then smiled and replied, and then turned his head back. He was bold, but he knew that this sentence would definitely not make her angry. Sure enough, there was no girl who didn't like to be praised for her appearance. The woman's anger subsided a little, and she was too embarrassed to scold Reynolds again. Reynolds whispered again, "I've never seen such an unruly girl." The girl couldn't hear him clearly, but she felt that this kid was complaining. She frowned and said, What did you say? Say it again. Reynolds laughed. Miss, I said today's auction was really exciting. It opened my eyes. The woman snorted again and said vulgarly, exciting my ass. If I know who made this medicine, I'll cut him off and make him my little Tien. Reynolds staggered and almost fell from his seat. He gasped, what a ruthless woman. Irene glanced at the girl in green and said nothing. Helena, on the other hand, was quite embarrassed. At this time, Leander had begun to explain the situation, and the matter had come to an end. Currently, there are only 50 small bottles of this medicine, and each bottle contains 20 small pills. There are instructions for using it. According to the seller, his alchemist had already reached the level of a hero, and he needed his family's bloodline to be able to refine Optimus Prime. Even if an outsider had the recipe, they wouldn't be able to make it big. Due to the huge amount of spiritual energy required to refine it, and the continuous working time was long, the seller could only produce 50 small bottles per month. Furthermore, this auction house is the sole agent of the auction house. At the request of the seller, each person could only buy one bottle. All right, let the auction begin. It wasn't unreasonable to limit each person to one bottle. Reynolds was as cunning as a ghost, so according to his future plans, he could only build a good relationship with the upper echelons. Even if Optimus Prime's reputation had spread far and wide, he was still planning to auction it off. The auction house's secret auction method was indiscriminate. If he put it up for auction, if there was a powerful person in Akalin who wanted to buy it all or even reserve it for a long time, it would be difficult for him. If he sold them all, he wouldn't be able to build a good relationship with them. If he refused, he would offend both sides. Instead, he might as well slap it away. Anyway, the auction house only took 2% of the transaction price as a reward, so this amount of money wasn't much. The starting price is 200 gold coins, Leander said in a loud voice, and then he hit the recording device with his hammer. The starting price of all kinds of items had upper and lower limits. According to the level and type, the price couldn't be randomly raised. Optimus Prime was a special pill that wasn't registered, so 200 gold coins was the highest price they could afford. DI, 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 DI. As soon as Leander's voice fell, countless keys rang out at the same time. Leander was stunned for a moment. 2,000 gold coins. Moreover, almost all the values were 2,000. According to the rules, once the price was 10 times the starting price, then it would be a buyout and there would be no need to compete with others. Leander had underestimated its attractiveness. He had thought that the guests would at least consider it or temporarily buy a bottle to see if it was really effective. Only then would they be able to reach a buyout price, but he hadn't thought that the competition would be so fierce. There were many non-pill type items that had been auctioned in the past. Many of them had little effect and were even worse than finding them themselves. Therefore, the guests might not be willing to spend the highest price. Leander had ignored the effect of his own publicity. When people saw the president, who was known as Dispirited in VR, suddenly become energetic, they guessed that it must be the effect of Optimus Prime, plus the heroic level and blood inheritance adding fuel to the fire. They immediately believed it. The number of pills was so small that they were afraid that they couldn't buy it, so they immediately set the price. Since it was the same price, naturally, the first one to get it would get it. Leander blocked the number that he got and then started bidding for the next bottle. This time, it was all a buyout price. There were a few people who were a little hesitant at this moment, but now they joined the competition with all their strength until all 50 bottles of Optimus Prime were sold. The girl in green was also interesting enough. Every time a bottle was sold, she would curse Stinky Man in a low voice, a total of 50 times. Renault felt a little dizzy. 52,000 gold coins was equivalent to 100,000 gold coins. After deducting the 2% commission from the auction house, he would still be left with 98,000 gold coins. This amount of money was enough to drown him a few times over. 98,000 gold coins seemed to have fallen from the sky. The amount of money that Athena and Diao Chan had given him in the past was already considered high, but it was nothing compared to what he had now. Moreover, The auction of Optimus Prime was only a part of his money-making plan. Irene looked at Reynolds beside her, and her eyes seemed to drip water. Leander happily said, "Good. This month's auction of Optimus Prime is completed. At the same time next month, our venue will be the agent again. I hope that the distinguished guests will come again at that time. By the way, the pharmacist who sold it once said that the conditions for refining Optimus Prime are very harsh. He needs to go all out, and a little distraction may lead to failure. Therefore, he doesn't want to be too tied down by the secular world, so that he can't refine the pill when he is not in good condition." This was what Reynolds had asked Leander to join in the auction in advance. Even if it was a secret auction, there were too many people who needed this medicine. There must be some people who wanted to find the seller to make a private purchase. There were so many people, and each of them had a lot of power. Therefore, they came up with this method. If the guests knew that they would fail if they were disturbed, they would give up the idea of private purchase, so as to avoid offending countless people when they couldn't get the pill. Chapter 491. Leander walked down the stage and replaced the previous host of the Phantom Sound clan. The next item we are going to bid for is a gem that can only be cultivated by the Dream Clam at the bottom of the southwest part of the Dream Pearl Dala Inland Sea. It can flash white, red, orange, blue, green, cyan, ingot, and purple at random. When the Dream Clam first forms a pearl, the pearl will only shine white. Every 100 years, the 8 colors of the pearl will increase. Only a dream clam that is at least 700 years old can produce a pearl that is beautiful. It can also make a rustling sound when the dream clam crawls, which can help people enter a sweet dream. It is the perfect accessory for ladies to decorate their boudoirs or wear. A female elf raised a small round pearl the size of a lychee. The 8 colors of the pearl kept flashing, but it was very soft and not dazzling at all. It was very beautiful. However, Reynolds had seen many similar items in the boutiques on Earth, so he was not surprised. The female elf put the pearl on the soundwave amplifier, and a faint rustling sound was heard. It was just as the host said. It was best used as a hypnosis tool. The starting price is 2,000 gold coins. For a beautiful but useless gem, this was the upper limit. 2,500, 2,800. The few bids were sparse, and only a few of the female guests were interested. It was very different from the fierce competition in the auction of the Optimus Prime. Although the item was beautiful, the starting price was a little too high. Women loved beauty, but smart women also loved money. They would not spend too much for beauty. 10,990 gold coins. A clear and loud voice sounded, but it was not the host's voice. Everyone followed the voice and looked at the most inconspicuous corner at the back of the hall. A domineering girl in green with a blue horn on her head stood up. The voice came from her. Reynolds also turned his head and laughed. She was so arrogant. So many people here chose to bid for her secretly, but she shouted it out loud. Moreover, it was only 1 gold coin left from the buyout price. It was as if he was deliberately leaving a chance for others. What did he mean by that? He was really too unique. It's the Dragon Lady Townsend. She is the little princess of the Dragon Clan, the 3rd daughter of the Dragon Island's Lord Mike Searle. Ah, don't bid with her. You will be unlucky. Reynolds, who had found out the identity of the green-clothed woman from the discussions of the crowd, finally came to a realization. No wonder she dared to be so arrogant, so it turned out that she was from the Dragon Island, and she even had such a shocking identity. As the most powerful branch of the human race in the entire Akalin Sea, the name of the Dragonborn shook the world. In reality, there weren't many Dragonians, but the dragon family was huge. Their entire race was like a family. It was one of the most powerful families on the continent, along with the Tang dynasty, the Barbacre kingdom of the northwest Ominous realm, and many other huge families. The Akalin Islands' Mike Searle was already a hero-level expert in his prime. He was the youngest hero-level expert on the continent. The ones who could do whatever they wanted in Akalin were not the crab people, but the dragons. Townsend was Mike Searle's favorite little daughter. She had been spoiled since she was a child, and she was unruly and willful by nature. If anyone offended this little witch carelessly, she would play with them until they almost cried and begged for mercy. Whether it was the upper or lower class citizens of Akalin, they were all afraid of her. The way she spent money was also terrifying. Even if the dragons were the richest in the world, the cellar Searle still had a headache because his little daughter treated the family like a money-printing machine. What was even worse was that the things she bought were useless, but it was a pity that she didn't change her ways. Helpless, he could only swallow the bitter fruit of spoiling her. Other than being unruly, Townsend was also famous for her strange personality. Just like at the auction, she didn't want to sit in the VIP seats and would rather sit in a remote corner, asking for a gold coin less than the top price. However, up until now, no one had dared to add the remaining gold coin into the list, except for the first unlucky guy who had almost gone crazy because he didn't know what was good for him. Leander revealed a sinister smile. He was clear on the personality of the dragon girl Townsend. She liked these strange and beautiful gems, so he had announced it before and it had attracted her. 19,999 gold coins going once. 19,999 gold coins going twice. 19,999 gold coins going thrice. The hammer hit the machine and no one could bid anymore. Townsend revealed a proud smile as she sat back down on the chair. No one dared to look at her, otherwise there would be no one left if they angered her. After the auction ended, Renaud walked out of the hall filled with emotions. With such a large sum of money, he had to find a high-class place to enjoy himself with the girls. A few days after the auction, its magical effects were like a typhoon that happened once a year in Akalin, quickly spreading through VR City. It spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and quickly spread to the other islands of Akalin, causing countless people to come. A new pharmacy in the east of VR City came into being. It specialized in selling 2 special medicines called the Young Pill and Suppressing Weakness. The store was called the Return of Spring Hall and the owner was Renaud. Renaud sold the sky-supporting pillar and gave it to a famous alchemist in Akalin to study, obtaining the formula. He could just sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Reynolds did not expect this result. He was originally uneasy, but after hearing this news, he was extremely complacent. At this time, he had bought a small manor and was leisurely strolling around Akalin with Erin, feeling very satisfied. While Reynolds's imagination was running wild, a sand pigeon fluttered in and flew straight into his hand. This was a messenger bird that he had bought the day before. It could quickly send messages. If something happened in the store that the employees couldn't solve, it would send the sand pigeon to find him, the boss. Renaud's expression changed. Something happened so quickly. With so many important people protecting him, there was actually someone who dared to mess with him. It seemed like it wasn't simple. Taking the note from the sand pigeon's leg, Renaud looked at it and stood up. Damn, someone is here to mess with my store. When Reynolds hurriedly rushed over, he immediately saw a woman with one hand on her waist, standing at the entrance of the shop aggressively. Coming here to cause trouble was equivalent to going against a large group of Akalin's upper echelons. Smashing his shop meant smashing their happiness, and this person actually came alone. However, the dragon horns on her head, the bone whip in her hand, and that familiar green robe proved that Master had the right to do so. Renaud felt a bit of a headache. He never thought that Townsend would actually dare to mess around and cut off his source of income. Knowing that the dragon lady was flipping out here, no one dared to come here. Moreover, the buyers couldn't come here personally. They had to send their subordinates here to prevent others from finding out that they had problems or were not fierce enough. Even the masters were afraid, let alone their subordinates. Chapter 492. Where's your boss? Why hasn't he come yet? She whipped the air out of habit, making a cracking sound. The old pharmacists and the accountant who were most qualified to speak when Reynolds was not around were frightened. They said in a trembling voice, "Miss Townsend, please wait, we have already informed the boss." Townsend snorted and said, "Damn it, how dare he make me wait for so long? Well, I'll give him another half an hour. If he still doesn't see me, don't blame me for being rude." At this moment, A slightly familiar voice sounded behind her. Miss Townsend, may I know why you're looking for me? What a hateful tone. Townsend turned around and immediately saw a familiar face. It was the black-faced ghost she saw in the auction house. He seemed to have flirted with her. It turned out that this repulsive guy was the boss of this shop. Townsend pointed the handle of her whip at Reynolds and said, Well, you. Townsend stuttered for a long time, not knowing how to scold him. If she was just a little unruly, Reynolds would think that this dragon girl's personality was very cute. Unfortunately, she was not just a little unruly, she was very unruly, very unruly. Reynolds did not dare to agree. Reynolds said helplessly, Miss Townsend, what do you want? Townsend finally calmed down, but her voice was as cold as the winter wind. Black-faced ghost, if you want me to let you go, first you have to publicly apologize to me, then you can do other business, or you can immediately close down and never sell this medicine. Finally, you are not allowed to auction that Optimus Prime. When she said the name of the medicine, her gorgeous face blushed for the first time. Because it was so vivid, one could imagine the reaction after taking the medicine from the name alone. As long as she did not act rashly, he would apologize. However, now that his great source of income was cut off, he could not do it. Reynolds said humbly, Miss Townsend, you are a great person, so please don't mind my mistake. If you want me to publicly apologize, no problem. But as for this business, I have to do it. Just take pity on me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. They all depend on me to support them. Townsend was dismissive of his nonsense. Only a fool would believe you. If you have to raise a mother and a child, I can give you a sum of money. If you are frugal, it will be enough for a lifetime. As for the rest, don't talk too much. Otherwise, I will personally tear it down for you. Reynolds knew that there was no room for negotiation if he relied on her sympathy. He could only start from other places. His expression changed as he chuckled and said, Miss Townsend's beauty is unparalleled in the world. Her figure is extremely graceful, and her radiance is irresistible. She is like the bright moon in the night sky. She is the dream lover of every young man in the empire. No words can describe her beauty. I truly admire her. Townsend was startled when she heard this, but she immediately said, although what you said is true, don't even think about it if you want me to let you go with just a few words of flattery. Reynolds sighed, it's a pity. Townsend's heart tightened. What's a pity? Reynolds stared at her chest. It's a pity that such a perfect woman like Miss Townsend, with such a wonderful figure, has some imperfections. It's really a pity. Townsend knew that he meant that she was the princess typing, which had always been a pain in the heart of the dragon lady. She was most sensitive to this topic. It was the reverse scale of a dragon that could not be touched. Hearing this, she was furious. Are you mocking me? How dare you? She immediately raised the bone whip in her hand and was about to swing it at Reynolds. This time, it was not empty. Reynolds hurriedly retreated and said, I happen to have a strengthening secret medicine suitable for women. Townsend's whip suddenly deviated, sliding past Reynolds's side and landing on the side of the reef street. With a loud bang, a deep mark was drawn on the hard reef, and stone dust splashed everywhere. Reynolds was secretly shocked. This unruly girl was really powerful. If it was an ordinary civilian, his bones would have been broken immediately after being hit like this. Townsend hurriedly asked, What did you just say? Reynolds saw her nervous look and said proudly, I happen to have a secret formula. Miss Townsend, as long as you take it for a period of time, you will soon have the pride of a woman. His eyes were fixed on the protruding part of the dragon lady, as if it was not an airport, but a majestic mountain range. The effect of this was no different from a person who was about to die of thirst in the desert suddenly seeing an oasis. Townsend was anxious and did not care about being taken advantage of by his obscene gaze. She immediately asked, Really? She paused and said, If you dare to lie to me, humph. She warned Reynolds with a humph. If he dashed her just rising hope, it would cause Townsend to be very angry, and the consequences would be very serious. Reynolds laughed and said confidently, Don't worry, I'm not bragging, but Miss Townsend should have seen how popular my Optimus Prime is. I can make men stronger, So naturally, I can make women stronger too. Recalling the grand occasion at the auction that day, where it was sold at a fixed price and a large group of people fought for it, Townsend had to believe his arrogant words. She imagined that she could hold her head high and no longer have to feel inferior and ashamed in the ambiguous eyes of others. Townsend's heart palpitated. Black, please help me. Reynolds knew that he had taken the initiative, so he said slowly, but the refining of this kind of medicine is also very troublesome, especially for the pharmacist. Sigh, it's not easy. He knew that this kind of proud woman, whether it was family background, martial arts, or beauty, was perfect. If there was an irreparable flaw, she must be extremely annoyed and would try to find a way to make up for it at all costs. Grasping the flaw of this little dragon princess in his hand, if he did not take advantage of it, he would be letting down the teachings of the party and the people. Townsend was unruly and impulsive, so she was no match for the cunning Reynolds. She panicked and said, "What can I do for you to help me? Do you want good materials or something else? Just tell me." Reynolds said like a charlatan, "This can't be rushed. First of all, the materials are difficult to collect. There are 81 of them, and they are all extremely rare. Then, I have to prepare for a period of time. Now, the shop has just begun to be built, and I'm so busy. How can I concentrate on refining medicine? Miss Townsend, if you were to smash my shop, I would be in a state of panic and would most likely affect the pill refinement convention." Townsend knew what he meant. After weighing the pros and cons, her little rabbit was always more important, so she said, "If you can make me strong, proud, I won't argue with you." Chapter 493. Reynolds continued to push his luck. Sigh, if I'm worried, the success rate might drop again. Townsend stomped his feet. "No matter what, I won't make things difficult for you, okay?" Reynolds immediately said, "That's a deal. Then I can focus on solving Miss Townsend's problem." Townsend was impatient. "Then how long will it take for it to work?" Reynolds chuckled. "It takes many years for others to have good results. How can you expect to reach the sky in one step?" Townsend was a little disappointed. "How long will it take?" "About 5 or 6 months. I can guarantee that it will work. Do you have the patience?" Townsend thought that it would take at least a year, but it was only 5 or 6 months. It was much shorter than he expected. He said happily, "Okay, I'll wait for you." His words were a little flirtatious, like a girl saying goodbye to her lover. However, Townsend was too careless to notice it. In fact, Reynolds wasn't sure if his secret potion would work. When he was in the academy, Reynolds showed Randolph the potion that Athena gave him. Randolph knew that this potion could increase muscle strength and change the shape of one's body. Reynolds had also learned some methods of making medicine in Chang'an Academy. That was why he had such an idea. If it was successful, would the store sell more of this medicine? Beauty was a source of trouble, and he had to grasp the power of that. Sitting on a soft eaglefish skin carpet, Reynolds sipped a fragrant wine made from precious seaweed that grew in the dead waters of the Dara Inland Sea, while enjoying the heavenly voice of the famous singer of the Succubus clan. She was accompanied by a dozen graceful demon butterfly clan women whose faces were covered with white veils. They were barefooted and danced gracefully. The phrase "dancing gracefully" was most appropriate for them. If there was anyone who could be compared to the mermaids as dancers, Reynolds would undoubtedly say that it was the butterfly clan. When the beautiful wings spread, the butterfly clan women were like peacocks spreading their tails. Their delicate bodies were partly hidden and partly visible. Their pitiful temperament could easily provoke the abuse hidden deep in the hearts of men. Everyone present at the banquet was a dignified, graceful, and cultured figure. However, at this moment, their faces revealed a radiance similar to that of a hungry wolf seeing a sheep. Their beastly appearances were completely exposed. The demon butterfly clan was a rare branch of the demon clan on the continent. They lived in the forest region, and their fates were usually very miserable. If they were discovered, they would most likely be captured and enslaved. The demonic beasts had a low status and had no room for resistance. The other upper-class members of the demon clan also looked down on them, except for the demon butterfly clan, because they were considered to be angels who had been banished to the mortal world by God because they had committed a grave mistake. Like the mermaids, the demonic butterfly race was a monogamous race. Reynolds was currently in the Sea Sky Pavilion of the Akarlin first-class city, Goto. His face was completely different from 3 months ago, but upon closer inspection, it didn't seem much different. This was a very mysterious feeling, and this was the effect of the ever-changing mask on his face. Ever-changing was the Dragon Clan's chief, as well as the treasure of Yae's father, Mike Sayer. Several hundred years ago, the thousand-faced thief, Dikaji, used a special method to create a disguise mask with his family's bloodline. Dikaji was a true thief, just like the thieves on Earth. When he had nothing to do, he would steal things. It was like he was addicted to drugs, and he had countless enemies. However, with ever-changing, he could continue to be unbridled, and no one could take revenge on him until he died of old age. Other than the excitement of stealing, Dikaji's heart couldn't hold anything else. In the end, he never married and his bloodline was cut off, so no one could create ever-changing. The only thing he left behind were the 2 masks he had used when he was alive. Although it was a collection, Mike Sayer didn't care about his treasures at all. Even the 2 masks of the world-famous Dikaji were no exception. In fact, when Yae secretly led Reynolds to his treasury, they found that there were countless treasures that everyone yearned for even in their dreams, but they were all covered in a thick layer of dust. It was really a waste of heaven's treasures. The Dragon Clan's fanaticism for collecting treasures was as famous as their wealth, but they liked the feeling of having good things more than the practical value of the treasures themselves. Thus, Reynolds was at ease and used Yae to borrow some things that he could use, and the 2 ever-changing masks were one of them. Reynolds used one for himself, and the other one was given to Irene. Through it, the user could freely change their skin color and face to a certain extent. A delicate person could become rough, a beautiful woman could become ugly. It was very convenient. Of course, in order to make Yae willing to be blackmailed by him, Reynolds also gave her some benefits. After discussing with the pharmacist, he developed the secret medicine of the imperial family into a special medicine. In a month, her little rabbit had grown a lot, and it was no longer as flat as it was in the square of Jijin Road. Ever since the first day he obtained the shape-shifting ability, Reynolds had gradually used it to change his appearance. This change was minimal, and Reynolds controlled it very well. He only changed a little every day, because many people had already seen his face. If he suddenly changed his appearance, there would definitely be a problem. Doing it step by step was not the case. People always had a psychological habit of adapting. If someone changed a little every day, the accumulation would be almost completely different from the previous person, and they would still think that it was the same. With this mask, Reynolds was no longer afraid to show his face in public, because the enemies of the Tang Empire would no longer recognize him. Thus, this upstart Akarlin who relied on the 2 special medicines began to appear more and more frequently in the upper social circles. Because Reynolds wanted to study politics, he wanted to understand political struggles. Although Reynolds hated this kind of thing the most on Earth, he had no choice. He was too inexperienced in the past, and he had almost been played to death by guys. Foreign merchants couldn't get involved in Akarlin's political circles, but Reynolds could indirectly control others to raise his status and influence. The current him was already someone who could speak in the upper class. All of this was learned on Earth, brought about by the relevant medicine formulas. Knowledge is power, this saying was true. Reynolds began to regret doing nothing all day, idling around. Fortunately, he was doing quite well now. Mr. Dennis? Reynolds snapped out of his contemplation. A middle-aged eelman with a mustache and a fair complexion was right in front of him, looking at him with a lewd smile. He was also the host of this banquet, the chairman of Gatuo City's tax guild, James. The dance had already ended, but the butterfly demons stood in 3 rows on the center stage. Reynolds felt his hair stand on end. Looking at this guy's pretty boy face, could it be that he was gay? But he soon knew that he guessed wrong. Chapter 494. Mr. Dennis, what do you think of the butterfly demons here? If you like any of them, you can bring one back later and let her serve you well. I wonder if Mr. Dennis has enjoyed a butterfly demon before? It's very exciting, hey? Reynolds was already used to this kind of banquet where servants were given as gifts to curry favor. He put on a lewd smile like a tortoise meeting a tortoise with a tortoise, a kindred spirit. All right, Mr. James, thank you for your kind intentions. He couldn't refuse this gift. Otherwise, the host might think that he wasn't giving him face or didn't have a good impression of him. It might cause displeasure and conflict. What Reynolds needed to do now was to be smooth and slick and make friends with as many strong people as possible in the shortest amount of time. Of course, he wouldn't do something so stupid. Besides, the women who were given as gifts didn't have much status. Usually, they could only be used as tools for the recipient to vent his lust. After being ravaged, they would be abandoned or ostracized. Their fates were miserable. It was better to take them for himself. At least they would be better off than falling into the hands of others. Ever since Reynolds entered the social scene, he had already received 8 servants. He didn't even need Irene to clean the house. There were also Lorna, Lisa, and Helena to do the chores themselves. Seeing that he was willing to accept, James said happily, Mr. Dennis, all right, you can pick one. Let's see who will be lucky enough to receive your favor. Reynolds turned his gaze back to the stage and swept his gaze over the butterfly demons. They were all masked with white veils, so he couldn't see their faces clearly. This was the habit of gifting servants. It greatly increased the excitement of the lottery. The butterfly demons also unabashedly shot their burning gazes at Reynolds because he was the youngest of the guests present. His modified appearance couldn't be considered handsome, but it was rather boorish and heroic. Being his servant was much better than being his grandfather and being an old man with one foot in the grave. James seconded, Mr. Dennis, you can rest assured. They are all beauties. Reynolds's gaze was fixed on the tallest butterfly demon dancer. Mr. James, the one in yellow in the middle of the second row will do. Because Reynolds saw that she seemed to be struggling when dancing just now, as if she was injured, he always chose the most pitiful when choosing servants and tried his best to help those who needed it the most. Furthermore, all the other butterfly demons were flirting with him, hoping to gain his favor. Only that one was an exception. She even turned her head away, not even sparing Reynolds a glance. James said regretfully, Mr. Dennis, in fact, the dancing quality of a butterfly demon is usually inversely proportional to its height. The most outstanding ones can even dance on the palm of your hand. It can be said to be the best. It's a pity that everyone only has one chance, Mr. Dennis. What a pity. But there will be another chance next time. Remember that, Mr. Dennis. Reynolds pretended to be sad and said, Oh, how unlucky, Mr. James. If you have any more good stuff, don't forget Dennis. James smiled and said, Definitely, definitely. The chosen butterfly demon was brought off the stage by the male tortoise servant. The other butterfly demons revealed disappointed expressions before continuing to flirt with other men who were more pleasing to the eye. Mr. Dennis, in 8 days, AOC will be holding a banquet in Karamik. I wonder if you will be able to attend. As soon as James left, a middle-aged man at Renault's table handed over an invitation. Long before the banquet began, James had introduced him to everyone present. Thus, Reynolds recognized him. He was AOC, the city guard of the first-class city of Karamik. Reynolds calculated that there was still time, so he nodded and said, Mr. AOC's hospitality is difficult to decline. Dennis will definitely be there on time. After exchanging pleasantries with AOC, the third head of the AOC family in BB City, Oliver AOC, also came over and said, Oliver, on behalf of the family, sincerely invites Mr. Dennis to come and enjoy our special training of the hot dance on the Spirit Kuan water. Everyone knew that the banquet was coming to an end after the gift of servants, so they took the opportunity to make invitations. Reynolds, the Akalin upstart who had risen at an astonishing speed, naturally became the focus of attention. The life of a politician was usually busy and tiring. Reynolds deeply understood this. After dealing with everyone, Reynolds had just breathed a sigh of relief when a call came from behind him. "Mr. Dennis." Reynolds turned his head numbly. It was a warrior with a pair of bifurcated horns on his head and a white helmet. "Our family head invites you to come over. Please be on time tomorrow night." Everyone was very polite when they invited Reynolds. Only the white helmet warrior was an exception, and he indeed had the qualifications. Because the person he represented was the Akalin Island Lord, the hero-level expert, Mike Sayer. Reynolds was shocked. Could it be that Mike Sayer already knew about the matter of him knocking down Ye's bamboo pole? Reynolds' residence was in Gatuo City. It was called a residence because it was already big enough. It could not be compared to the dorms in Chang'an Academy or Valila's small house. It took up over 20,000 square meters. It could not be considered a supermansion, but for a merchant to obtain such a large piece of land, it was already rare. Several special medicines had brought him huge profits. Reynolds could not be compared to before. He could be said to be the person who had risen the fastest in Akalin and the entire King's realm. There were 2 teams of shrimp and crab warriors patrolling the outer courtyard 24 hours a day. Although there was an alarm barrier outside, he still had to be careful. Then again, with Reynolds' current position, it was indeed a bit embarrassing to not have any guards. But there was no need to be too exaggerated. This was because his neighbors were all famous people in the surrounding area. There were many powerful guards, so as long as something happened here, there would definitely be people coming to help. There were probably not many people who dared to send people to assassinate him. Otherwise, if they were found out, they would not be able to bear the consequences. The safest thing was Erin's puppets. Scout bees, water spiders, earth frogs, wind eagles, etc. They were everywhere, in the sky, in the ground, in the trees, in the grass. They were impossible to guard against. With Erin's consciousness, they could all be used as scouts. This was another strong point of the spirit envoys. It could be described as an inescapable net that covered the entire residence. No matter how high level an assassin was, they could all hide. Pushing open the door to the inner courtyard, his eyes suddenly opened up. There were pavilions and terraces, exquisite and elegant. The grass was green and flat, and all kinds of flowers bloomed. The water flowed, and the tinkling sounds were like wind chimes, adding a bit of elegance to the inner courtyard. This was built by Reynolds according to the style of Earth. There was only one place like this for the time being. The butterfly monster just followed behind Reynolds without saying a word. Even when they arrived here, it was still like this. But when her slender and beautiful phoenix eyes saw the natural and pleasing scenery in front of her, she finally couldn't help but look around, feeling a sense of familiarity as if she had returned home. Chapter 495. The night was already dark, but the inner court was still very bright under the light of the magic flames floating in the air. The center of the inner court was filled with smoke, and thick fog kept rising. From time to time, there were a few women's cries. Reynolds took off his shoes, stepped on the soft grass, and walked into the depths of the smoke. The butterfly demon hesitated for a moment, then flapped its wings and followed. Strangely, the deepest part of the smoke was the faintest. This was caused by the fog-expelling pearl that Reynolds had borrowed from Mike Sayer. The women were playing in the super-large swimming pool, including some other cute pets, Irene's elemental puppet, and the 8 different race slaves that Reynolds had obtained from various social occasions. They were from the Demon Clan, the Enchanted Sound Clan, the Hag Clan, the Swan Clan, the Human Clan, and so on. These women who were already slaves felt strange. They had heard that slaves didn't have any status, but they didn't expect that this master didn't have any heirs. In addition to the light daily work, he could even bathe with the other women in the most comfortable swimming pool in the inner court. It was like heaven. The most incredible thing was that Dennis didn't even ask them to serve him in bed. At most, he would occasionally take advantage of them. From the Swan Clan dancer who had arrived 2 months ago to the cat girl who had just arrived a few days ago, they were no exception. If they didn't know that this master started off with aphrodisiacs, they would even suspect that he had some defects. Of course, this was because Reynolds, who came from Earth, didn't have the strict concept of slaves in the world of kings, so he gave them enough freedom. Irene had already been informed by the grass leech puppet outside the pool, so she had been paying attention. When Reynolds appeared, she saw him and swam over excitedly. She raised her head and said, "Dennis, you're back?" When there were outsiders, Irene always used a pseudonym. The other women who were playing also turned around and greeted in unison to show their respect for Reynolds. Although he didn't have any heirs, the most basic etiquette of a master and a servant was still something that the women didn't dare to neglect. Reynolds laughed. "Well, you guys continue playing, don't worry about me." Splash! Irene's delicate body emerged from the water and pulled Reynolds's arm, trying to drag him into the water like a spoiled child. At this time, the shadow of the butterfly demon also became clear from the thick fog. After the girls were slightly surprised, they returned to normal. They were already used to it, it was just that they had a new companion. Reynolds crouched down and patted Irene's shoulder. "Go on, Ling-er. I'll be right there." Irene said obediently, "Okay, but you have to be quick, Dennis." The butterfly monster was even more surprised at the scene in front of her, because she saw that 8 of the girls had a small but very bright red shackle pattern on their wrists, just like her. That was the symbol of a servant. Wasn't it too outrageous for a servant to bathe with her master? Reynolds turned to the butterfly demon beside him and said, "Help me take off my clothes." The butterfly demon's gaze swept over him, and then she silently obeyed. Right now, she didn't have a choice at all. The outer clothes slowly flew to the grass, one by one. The butterfly demon's technique wasn't skillful, but it wasn't surprising because she had never helped a man take off his clothes before. Although the status of a servant was low, they were definitely virgins. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the recipient. This was very taboo in social interactions. Although she wasn't skillful, Reynolds was quickly left with only his underwear. The butterfly demon hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to take it off. Reynolds waved his hand and said, "That's enough." The other servants were disappointed. Up until now, they had never seen Reynolds's appearance. After a long time, their strong curiosity had faintly turned into desire. But that guy Reynolds definitely wouldn't disappoint. Reynolds said to the butterfly demon, "Take off your mask and your clothes." The butterfly demon, who had just let out a sigh of relief, became nervous again. This time, she hesitated for a long time, a full 10 seconds before taking off her mask. A beautiful face that was both happy and angry slowly appeared in front of Reynolds's eyes. Although he didn't know whether what James said about the butterfly demon's dance quality being inversely proportional to her height was true or false, Reynolds was absolutely satisfied with this face. Of course, he had already seen many beautiful women, so he was only slightly surprised. Then the butterfly demon continued to take off her gauze and long skirt, leaving only her underwear. The butterfly demon's body was trembling. It wasn't because she was cold, but because she had to protect her female private parts from being violated, even though she knew it was very powerless. Reynolds only coldly threw down 2 words, "Continue." The butterfly demon heard this and was startled. She gritted her teeth and continued to move according to Reynolds's orders. Not long after, Shu Qing's snow-like white body was exposed to the air, as light as the mist in the air. The butterfly demon covered her chest with one hand and covered her body with the other, making a final struggle. Her hand was too slender, but Reynolds's burning eyes still saw the truth. TSK, what a beautiful body. Reynolds's hand reached out to grab her chest. "It's here." The butterfly demon closed her beautiful eyes, waiting for her pure and flawless body to finally be unable to escape the fate of being molested. But she quickly felt Reynolds's hand land on her pink back. She only heard that Dennis laugh loudly, "Beauty, get down." A strong force rushed over. The butterfly demon exclaimed and immediately fell into the swimming pool. Then, she was hugged by several pairs of arms. Nicole of the cat demon race whispered, "Did he scare you? Our master likes to play pranks. We were all scared at the beginning. In fact, he is very good." Naturally, the same race was more intimate. The butterfly demon spoke for the first time. "Really?" Her voice was very soft, and with her light body, it was just right. The swan demon also said, "Really, as long as you let go, he won't play pranks anymore." The butterfly demon looked at Reynolds with suspicion, but found that he had already swam far away in another direction. Only then did she confirm that the words of the two were not false. After Reynolds came closer, Erin immediately noticed that he was different from the past. Although he was smiling, his brows were somewhat knotted. It was a sign that he had something on his mind. Erin knew that since Reynolds solved the matter of Yi, his business was booming day by day. During this period of time, he was even more proud of his success. Now, there must be something troublesome. She greeted him and said, "Dennis, what's wrong?" Reynolds didn't want his troubles to break the happy scene in front of him. He smiled and said, "It's nothing. Our business side has a small problem. It will be solved soon." "Dennis Gidge, can I help you?" As early as when Reynolds's business started, Erin learned to help. She worked hard to become a right-hand man. Now, she could share his worries. Of course, it was only some management matters. In terms of communication, Reynolds still personally took care of it. Chapter 496. Reynolds stroked Irene's wet and messy hair and said, "Don't worry, it's just a small problem." "Hey, what problem?" The one who said this sentence wasn't Irene or Helena, nor could it be any of the servants. How could they dare to cross the boundary between master and servant? Reynolds didn't turn his head and said, "Miss Yi, are you interested in having fun with us?" Yi came to the side of the pool at an unknown time and squatted down to look at everyone with a smile, as if she didn't notice Reynolds's naked big man. Only she could freely enter and leave Reynolds's mansion without touching the omnipresent detection network. It wasn't because of her strong martial arts, but because she had Reynolds's permission. Whether it was the guards or the elemental puppets, they all allowed her to move freely. Hearing Reynolds's teasing, Yi snorted and said, "You think I don't dare?" Reynolds smiled and said, "After all, men and women are different. If Miss Yi has something to do, please wait in the VIP hall." Reynolds didn't finish his words and closed his mouth, because he found that Yi actually began to take off her clothes. Reynolds was a little dizzy. Fuck, does this woman have no shame? While Reynolds was full of expectations, Yi's outer clothes were removed, but to his disappointment, she still had a set of fishskin underwear underneath. It was so tightly covered that even a strand of hair couldn't be seen. Seeing Reynolds's excited eyes turn to disappointment, Yi was happy. "Want to take advantage of this young lady? It's not that easy." Although he couldn't appreciate the inner beauty, it was also good to have some fun with the outer clothes. Yi's chest was no longer as flat as before. After 3 months of recuperation, it was already a small success. In a few more months, it was likely that it would advance to the overlord level. Yi deliberately puffed out her chest, proud as if she was deliberately showing off. Although she was a bold girl, she wasn't licentious. If she really wanted to reveal in front of a man, even if it was just a little, she still had to have some courage. But usually, Reynolds didn't use the observation effect to look at her body several times, so it didn't matter. Of course, it was still through the clothes. No matter how audacious Reynolds was, he did not dare to go too far with the little princess of the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, if something happened, no amount of people would be able to protect him. Yi, who was soaking in the water, suddenly felt comfortable all over. She secretly thought that this black-faced ghost really knew how to enjoy himself. She really liked the unique scenery of Renault's inner court. She felt that even in the rich dragon race, there was no place that could be designed so well. It was like a paradise. Yi had already asked Reynolds for a plan and asked her father, Mike Sayer, to build such a big house no matter what. Otherwise, she would not go back to live in the future. "Black-faced ghost, what kind of trouble do you have? Tell me, I'll help you solve it." After Yi's chest saw the results, he reverted to his old form of address. Reynolds was too lazy to pay attention to it. It was just a form of address, nothing more. This way, it seemed a bit more intimate, and he felt a bit more at ease when he struck the bamboo pole. Yawning, Reynolds said, "It's nothing." It's just a small matter. There's no need to make a fuss about it. I'll have to trouble Miss Yae to take action. Reynolds thought, no matter how bad *SSU, Yae, you won't be able to help this time. Because the trouble is your father, Mike Sayer. That white-helmeted warrior had warned Reynolds not to tell Yae about going to Dragon Island tomorrow night. Otherwise, he would be in trouble at that time. Reynolds certainly didn't dare to act rashly. Goto was only 300 li away from Dragon Island, that is, Gadoy's city. Riding on a seal that could travel in water as if it was flatland, he arrived in half a day. In the evening, Reynolds arrived at Mike Sayer's Dragon Mansion on time. Although he had secretly gone to the treasury with Yae several times, it was always at night, so he couldn't see anything. It was the first time during the day. The one who received him was the white-helmeted dragon warrior from that day, Simon. Reynolds, who followed him all the way inside, couldn't help but marvel at the magnificence of the Dragon Mansion. It was a living replica of the Forbidden City. There were countless crisscrossing paths inside, just like a spider web. If no one led the way, it was very likely to get lost. Originally, Reynolds thought that the Dragon Mansion was full of strong people, but unexpectedly, he didn't find many people. However, he had a strange feeling. In the flowers, on the trees, and even in the ground, the river seemed to have a potential threat. It was a very strange feeling. Perhaps it was the keen sense of danger of a person who had experienced life and death. There were few old servants who were repairing the flowers and plants or sweeping the floor. It seemed that they were not simple. For the power of this place, Reynolds could only use one word to describe it: crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Brother Simon, I don't know why your island master is looking for a nobody like me. Before seeing Mike Sayer, it was necessary to sound him out and be mentally prepared, so as not to be too passive at that time. The one he had to face was not an ordinary person. Killing him was as simple as pinching an ant. Simon didn't turn his head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Dennis, I don't know about this. Others have always been unable to guess the island master's thoughts. However, there are not many people who can get his invitation. I think you should feel honored. Honored my ass, Reynolds said in his heart. If I wasn't forced, I wouldn't have come. Hearing Simon's words, he began to worry. Mike Sayer seemed to be a temperamental person. It was similar to what Yae said. This kind of guy was usually more dangerous. If it was someone else, at least for the sake of the other higher-ups who were related to him, they wouldn't go too far. Now it seemed that his amulet didn't work. His fate might be in Mike Sayer's hands. When Reynolds finally saw Mike Sayer's back, he immediately had a feeling of being suppressed by a mountain. Different from Brent's introverted nature, Mike Sayer was the complete opposite. The aura on his body was like a wave, overbearing and oppressive. He was tall and burly, at least a head taller than Reynolds. Island Master, Mr. Dennis is here. Simon bowed and then retreated. Mike Sayer slowly turned around. His eyes were radiating divine light, as if they had substance, making people feel weak from the bottom of their hearts. Anyone who saw him would never doubt that this person was definitely a hero-level powerhouse. Standing in front of Mike Sayer, Reynolds felt like a poor beggar who saw the world's richest man. He felt ashamed of his inferiority. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions, and then said loudly, I've long heard of the Island Master's name. Today, I'm fortunate to meet you. Sure enough, hearing about you can't compare to meeting you in person. Island Master, you have a dignified appearance, extraordinary heroic appearance, and dazzling radiance. Dennis's admiration for you is like a torrential river, continuous and unstoppable. Although Reynolds didn't know why Mike Sayer was looking for him, as the saying went, flattery is always effective. No matter who it was, Reynolds wouldn't hesitate to flatter him. Therefore, as soon as he saw him, Reynolds fiercely flattered him. Chapter 497. Mike Sayer's dragon's might skill to exert pressure on the other side was broken, and a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Dennis, I can guarantee that you are definitely one of the most cunning and shameless businessmen. Reynolds modestly said, Not at all, Island Master is overpraising me. Mike Sayer smiled again. What, was my words just now overflowing praise for a person? Reynolds cheekily said, not for the average person, but certainly for a businessman. The wealth a businessman can have is directly proportional to his degree of cunning and shamelessness. Mike Sayer knew that if he continued to joke with him like this, they wouldn't be able to talk about business, so he restrained his smile and said, Mr. Dennis, let's talk about my daughter, Yae. Reynolds's heart thumped. Here it comes. Mike Sayer certainly knew about the relationship between him and Yae, but how much did he know? Mike Sayer faintly said, Mr. Dennis, you seem to have taken a few things from my treasure house with Yae, right? Reynolds was surprised. With Yae as a spy, the matter was carried out so secretly, but he didn't expect it to be exposed. However, looking at Mike Sayer's tone, it didn't seem to be too strict. There should be a lot of room for negotiation. Reynolds scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Island Master is really resourceful. By the way, how did you know? Seeing Mike Sayer speak lightly, Reynolds answered even more lightly. His tone was as if he had taken something from an old friend's house and forgot to tell him. He knew that he couldn't deny it, otherwise, it would be cheating and disrespectful. At that time, Mike Sayer would probably be angry. Regarding his honesty, or rather rashness, Mike Sayer was helpless. He could only be lenient and was embarrassed to deal with it seriously. Moreover, he really didn't care about those treasures. So he straightforwardly said, Mr. Dennis, I also know about the matter between you and Yae. My daughter has always been lacking, and as her father, I can't make up for it. The medicine Mr. Dennis used is really magical. As he said this, he praised. As the head of the family with the most treasures in the world, he was at his wits' end. He didn't expect that it would be solved by a small businessman, so these words came from the heart. Reynolds was not without pride, but he modestly said, You're too kind. Mike Sayer said, The things you took were just a small reward, so I just turned a blind eye to it. Reynolds was overjoyed when he heard that. He thought to himself, with his words, I'm safe now. At this moment, Mike Seal's tone changed. But the night before yesterday, Mr. Dennis's words and actions seemed to be a little out of line. The day before yesterday? Reno was startled, and then he immediately remembered that Yae's part had already reached a certain level, which made Reno somewhat restless. He thought that it was very safe in his perversely guarded inner court, so he jokingly used the excuse of stimulating certain parts to speed up the results to tempt Dragonis to take off her outer clothes. Unfortunately, Yae ultimately chose to use more time, and Reno was quite regretful at that time. Mike Sayer snorted coldly and said, I won't say anything if Yae is dating you because of business, but if Mr. Dennis still has ulterior motives. He didn't continue, but a white light flashed in the air, and then a rockery more than 10 meters away split into two halves and slid down diagonally, as smooth as tofu. Reynolds didn't even see when he made his move. What if the knife was aimed at him? There was no need to talk about the consequences, there was only one word, death. There was a knife above the character for lust. Reynolds finally understood this truth. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead as he quickly said, I won't dare again. Mike Sayer said with satisfaction, very good, this way everyone is happy. After the false alarm, Reynolds was still happy. He thought that he would be held responsible for stealing the treasure this time, but now it seemed that he guessed wrong. He didn't even need to return the treasure, he only needed to suppress his secretion of sex hormones when he was with Yae, and his road would be smooth and steady. Well, there's nothing else, Mr. Dennis. Now that you are free tonight, come with me. There will be a banquet tonight, and the participants will be related to your business. The annual Caffin Trade Conference, according to the convention, was held in the capital of the trade capital Akalin, which was also the largest island in the chain of countries, and the only supercity on Spartax Road. This was an extremely large-scale trade conference that covered the entire King's realm. There were many countries participating in this conference, which was beyond the expectations of the organizers. Other than those who applied for the qualification to participate, almost all the countries on the continent sent their own representatives. The most basic reason for this abnormal phenomenon was naturally the biggest strange event of the year, the greatly reduced growth rate of crops. Most of the countries on the continent were directly affected because of this, and some of the countries that had less land suitable for farming were even hit with a devastating blow. Acarlin was the main country that relied on seafood for food, so the degree of the impact was undoubtedly the lowest. Other than the basic needs of the people, they could still sell the remaining large amount of seafood and exchange it for other needed items, especially weapons and armors to defend against the sea demon's attack, energy crystals to set up defensive barriers, and so on. The central location of the conference was Sydney Ken Island, an inland island on Spartax Road, an island in the middle of the island. Mr. Brian Bufalin, the vice-chairman of the Great Tang Dynasty Trade Association, in the conference center, Faye Belanki simply introduced the people attending the conference. The first was the representative of the Great Tang Dynasty. After all, the Great Tang Dynasty was recognized as the most powerful and resourceful country on the continent. In the past, the representative of the Great Tang Dynasty would always be the first to be introduced as a sign of respect. Even though the Great Tang Dynasty's strength had been weakened to a certain extent after the start of the Human Civil War, overall, its position had not been shaken. The conference center could be said to be the most important venue for the trade conference. It was different from the usual place where Reynolds would visit. The conference center was a place for business and entertainment, but the conference center was purely for communication. There was no music, no erotic dancing, and no decorations. Even the layout of the conference center was simple and generous. Normal business meetings were held in other places in Sydney, so the conference center only received the representatives of the various countries and top-notch merchants. Even if Reynolds had a certain amount of fame and wealth in Acarlin, that was only in comparison. Although he was a miracle in Acarlin, compared to the various merchants here, there was still a huge difference. Originally, he did not have the qualifications to have a place in the conference center. However, with the recommendation of the richest family in Acarlin, the Dragon King Maxwell, and Acarlin being the host. Adding in Reynolds' huge potential, it could be said to be 1,000 miles. The chairman of the trade association, Faye Belanki, had specially opened a back door for him. Chapter 498. Brian stood up and slightly bowed his head in a salute. In addition to his outstanding business management ability, he was also a powerful magician, and his family background was strong. After all, a person like Guys, who only relied on the level of a beginner warrior to become the president of a joint professional guild, was a rare anomaly, 1 in a billion. Faye Belanki continued to read the list in his hand. Mr. Gray, I love Van, the external manager of the Mecca Empire Trade Guild. Originally, the Mecca Empire was extremely poor in terms of crops and other materials. It was only rich in ferocious magical beasts, so it couldn't stand on such a high ranking. However, it suddenly launched a war and seized most of the coastal cities of the Tang dynasty. Its trade ability jumped rapidly, and it was only ranked behind the Tang dynasty. Gray also stood up. It was quite dramatic. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement, but Brian and Gray, the two representatives of the rival empire, were actually sitting next to each other. And they were talking and laughing with the telepathy spell. At least on the surface, they were like a pair of close friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, and they were reminiscing about each other. It was a bit unbelievable. This was a strange phenomenon caused by the situation. After 2 months of fighting, both sides were evenly matched and didn't have a big advantage. If this continued, it was estimated that the winner wouldn't be decided in a short time. The most likely result was no doubt that both sides would suffer. If they still refused to give in to each other, their strength would be greatly damaged. In the end, everyone could suffer the consequences of the recent magical beast siege. When he came to Irene's dormitory, Reynolds was immediately surprised. Every student in this special class had a separate dormitory, a single room. The dormitory was 100 square meters. Bathroom, dining room, bedroom, wooden floor, all kinds of ingredients, drinks, a lot of recovery potions, clothes, and so on. Everything was available. Seeing Reynolds's envious look, Irene said helplessly, "We sold ourselves to the Tang dynasty, of course we have to be good to us." Reynolds sat on Irene's bed and watched Irene take out a lot of clothes from the wardrobe. He hesitated and said, "I don't want to be too eye-catching. Is there any disguise? Or makeup?" Irene nodded and said, "Of course there is. Sister Chan taught me a lot of techniques. Change into this dress first." After a long time, Irene took out a dress and handed it to Reynolds. Seeing Reynolds put it on, she said, "Then I will put on makeup for you. No one will recognize you." 10 minutes later, Reynolds looked at the unfamiliar face in the mirror. It was a young man of about 18 years of age. The skin from his face to his neck had been darkened by Irene's paint. His appearance was completely different from before. In fact, the silhouette didn't change at all. It was just an illusion created by Irene's skillful hands. Reynolds's eyebrows were sharper and thicker than before. They were less gloomy and more handsome. The fake mustache above his lips added a sense of maturity. Coupled with his tuxedo-like attire and his height, Reynolds actually looked quite handsome. Irene's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Not to mention acquaintances, even Reynolds himself couldn't recognize her. Thus, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Ling is really amazing." Irene nodded. She looked at her work and praised, "Not bad. You really look like a charming little brother when you dress up like this." Reynolds smiled and said, "You're too kind. Don't I usually look like this?" Irene rolled her eyes at Reynolds. This little Lin really didn't know what modesty was. Thankfully, Reynolds added, "Of course, it's not without my little Linger's skillful hands." Irene smiled shyly and said, "Reynolds, you have to have a good face shape first. I only did a little bit of work." Reynolds looked at Irene's blushing face and was very happy. He couldn't help but say, "Linger, you look very cute today." Irene snorted and said, "You don't have to say that." Along the way, Irene kept reminding Reynolds about some things he had to pay attention to at the banquet. For example, he couldn't swagger when walking, he had to walk in small steps and not swing his hands too much. When standing, he had to hold his head high and maintain a smile on his face to show his confidence and joy at being able to attend the banquet. He couldn't look around. If he wanted to see something, he had to twist his body to the front and not twist his head. Reynolds's head hurt from listening. This was definitely taught by Diao Chan. There were too many rules. He didn't know if he could remember them all. The two of them rode on the Earth Dragon carriage and arrived at the banquet venue in less than an hour. After the two of them got off the carriage, a beast tamer immediately came to receive them. The transportation in this area was all free. The beast tamers were all hired by the city. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them arrived in front of a vast and exceptionally gorgeous villa. The lights were bright and it was extraordinarily lively. There were more and more celebrities. It was obvious that they had arrived at their destination. At this moment, Reynolds felt like he was a goose that had walked into a flock of cranes. Although he looked like a crane after dressing up, he was still a goose in the end. It was impossible to change. He felt a little uneasy. At this moment, Irene's slender arms had already passed through the crook of his arm and were intertwined. This was a necessary etiquette for entering the banquet. Irene's towering chest unavoidably pressed against Reynolds's arm. Reynolds immediately felt his face turn red. He felt rather uncomfortable. Walking through a long corridor at the entrance, their eyes suddenly opened up. This was a large courtyard that looked like a small plaza. A large number of waitresses were carrying plates and moving around busily. The food and drinks in their hands were all available to be enjoyed at will. All kinds of celebrities were gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. Irene nodded and smiled when she met others. However, she didn't stop because she had to greet the host first to show her respect. And Reynolds could only follow suit. He felt like he was no different from a prostitute. Suddenly, his arm tightened. Reynolds didn't know what had happened. He followed Irene's gaze and looked to the other side. It was a young man dressed in black. He was about 18 or 19 years old. His face was handsome, his figure tall and straight. His bearing was also very elegant. He was a very charming man. Many unmarried noble ladies surrounded him, hoping to gain his favor. The man smiled as he dealt with them. His behavior was very decent, but his eyes were like an eagle's. Reynolds always felt that he looked familiar. When the man saw Erin, he said, "Excuse me." He escaped from the encirclement of the girls and stopped in front of the two of them. He smiled and said, "Erin, long time no see." Reynolds took a look. Wasn't this the Knight of Leon who had knocked him unconscious with his punishment a few days ago? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.